sorry for myself or thinking I'm not enough. I wanna make a difference while I still can in the lives of the people around me. So I've said goodbye to the nights I'd spend with a $6 pint of whiskey. Now I'm trying to face my shortcomings, 'cause distractions won't send them away. I've got some things to take ownership of, like a lack of maturity. I still storm off without warning when I need to get away. And it makes me realize that moving on is not the same as forgetting. I think back to hiding in fear of what I'd realize about myself. But I'm still guilty of altering myself to fit better in a room.
Why do I like this?
Though I now know when I am lying, and that honesty just won't come easy. And it's not about the promises that you have made to yourself, as much as it's about commitment
for someone to bless you. You know I do what I do. Punch struck in a haze, in disorder. In that order, say a Hail Mary, you'll catch a fish. Won't save you from my nonsense. Smoke to death, I've got nerves to wreck. Don't forget, I'm in your corner. I decided long ago to throw those years away. Used to be in misery, but no more. I know I've been a sinner, that's just my history. The devil don't know I'm dead yet. The devil don't know I'm dead yet. The devil don't know I'm dead yet, so don't tell him. Shitless, I've been on a few. I'll make some more before I'm through. Ripping through my veins, ice water. And if you wanna call me after midnight, I'll be listening to Running with the Devil. I decided long ago to throw those years away. Used to be in misery, but no more. I know I've been a sinner, that's just my history. The devil don't know I'm dead yet. The devil don't know I'm dead yet. The devil don't know I'm dead. Sometimes the choice is the stick or the whip. Either way, I don't give a shit. We all got to pay dues. 'Cause when you're rocking in the free world, it don't come cheap. And that's the way it'll always be. Till I'm old and gray, till I'm dead to the world. I've got a show tonight. Call me after midnight. Call me after midnight. Call me after midnight. I'll do the same in your honor. Till I'm a goner. I decided long ago to throw those years away. Used to be in misery, but no more. I know I've been a sinner, that's just my history. The devil don't know I'm dead yet. The devil don't know I'm dead yet. The devil don't know I'm dead.
We got to tell the story. On the way to Big Daddy's,
gonna sleep forever and rest in peace. Wait for chaos smashing us to return you back to dirt, or you can live it out, but you don't give up. No, you don't give up, and that's just what I love about us. There's an awful lot of awful things trying to kill you and me, but it's silly to believe a bad beat could really break us apart. And that fucks me up. One day we'll say, who's laughing now? One day we'll say, who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Why not us? For once, the fight's on, but sure, let's get a drink and cross that bridge, 'cause we won't be here again, my friend. Meet me at the river's end, 'cause we may not be back again. Lose your delusion.
Good morning. Oh, my camera. Okay, there it goes. I fixed it. Good morning. Good to have you. How you doing today? Lurkers, good to have you. Lord, good to see ya. This is a lame day. Yeah, I got a little bit of a headache. I'm glad that I chose easy shit to do today. Pretty much, we're just going to watch the one debate. It's probably going to last all stream, knowing, you know, Johnny paused a lot over here. It's going to take forever to just do.
Pause it.
Just call me Slam Cedar. Ugh. Sorry, just moving a thing around. So I got a couple of things that we're going to get into before we start watching the debate. Oh, and it also doesn't help that we're gonna be watching it on Sam's channel. He was the only one to broadcast the whole entire thing, so let's do it. Let's do it. Ah, oh, excuse me. One second. Yeah, that was weird. Saw a weird thing. Anyways, not worth talking about. Anyways, wait a minute, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Man, ugh, my head. Something with how I sleep. Oh God, I tried so many different things, and I wake up with neck and back pain. It's frustrating. Took some Motrin though, so hopefully that kicks in. Once I get rolling, I'll you guys know. You know. You know. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm talking like I'm drunk. Just being weird. Hey, so let's go ahead and get started with this thing that I first saw on the old TikTok app. This is the woman who is running for governor of my state.
And now we have this Jenna Marbles that you know, none of us watched this person, but yeah, what she was doing was she was being funny. So she had this funny skit of her as Nicki Minaj, which she said she had made private years ago, and people were still upset about it. There was another racial comment that it was inappropriate, so I won't talk about it, but it was clearly comedy. And so this is where we are right now. Comedians have to go by the wayside. We can no longer have comedy.
She's talking about blackface. About the time that Jenna Marbles did blackface. And because she did blackface, and she said another thing that was pretty racist. She later realized that when she became an adult and made the video private, because she was like, this is racist, and I can learn from this. I can be better. And here's the lady who's running for governor in my state just saying, no, that's just comedy. And to say that you can't do blackface is to kill comedy. Because we know that the one thing that comedy has never done is evolve. You know, with society. Like even Shane Dawson knew to apologize for the stuff that he did when he was younger. I don't see any of them clamoring for Shane Dawson, probably because he came on his cat. But you know, that's a whole different ordeal there. I'm so confused by the things that right wingers do and talk about. It just seems like they just, I don't know. They're just like, how can I out disgusting myself this week? And this is from years ago, but let's be honest. They're making the same argument now. It's all recycled. It's always recycled, isn't it? But yeah. I love how she also added in the whole thing where she's like, you know, oh, we don't watch her, but it was really funny. It was a really funny skit. Like, bitch, how you know? That shit could have been dead as hell. It could have been like the fucking least funny thing on planet Earth. And you wouldn't know. Also, how do you know that that other comment wasn't made? That's weird. You're like, and there was another comment made. How the fuck do you know? Like, nobody's falling for this, right? This is like, besides the usual people who honestly would vote for Republican if it was like a dead, rotting corpse of a dog. No one's buying this. It's so tiring to have to constantly hear about the culture war shit. Because, like, none of this matters. None of this matters. None of this matters. As long as we go on, we will learn over and over again. Over and over and over again. That the culture war shit is a distraction. Just be nice to people. Don't be a dickhead. Accept people for who they are. Who they tell you they are. And just get over yourself. You know? Yes, culture is a changing. It's not changing for the worse. More civil rights is a good thing. It's always a good thing. The resistance to it only prolongs the inevitable and costs a lot of people their lives. It just fucks everyone up. It doesn't bring you to any place new, and it's the same arguments made over and over again. I don't know how many times I gotta repeat that. There's not a new argument about trans people that wasn't really made about gay people. Oh, they can't have children. Alright, but they can adopt. Nope, I won't let them adopt because they're dangerous to our children and they're pedophiles. Except they're not. And they just want to teach our kids to be trans. Or gay, or whatever. They don't. If their kid turns out to be that way, so be it. But they don't want to teach their kids to be trans. That's not how that works. Just over and over again. Because they said the same thing exactly about gay marriage. I mean, here's Tulsi Gabbard doing exactly what I just described. Hey, Disco Mom. Good to see you.
Who differ, and also that they just don't believe in truth. And so whatever they say is true today is true today. Whatever they say is true tomorrow is true tomorrow. But the danger of that is you take away all the boundaries of, what is true and what is false.
Funny coming from her, considering how much she lies.
Take away the boundaries of the things that science actually does prove. And what are we left with then? We have no foundation.
Lord Fright has gifted a tier 1 sub to Discom 0M. They have given 356 gift subs in the channel.
Lord, thank you for gifting a sub to Disco Mom. Appreciate that.
And then we end up where we're at. Like, oh, okay, well, today we're going to promote pedophiles.
That's not. That's not at all how that works. That's not how that works. And once again, we heard this argument before. If you're old enough, you remember, I was in high school. I was a young adult. For most of the time that I was hearing people say the same shit. Well, if we make gay marriage legal, then they can marry dogs. And what about marrying children? That didn't happen, did it? In fact, the people clamoring most for pedophilia being legal are right-wingers who are like, no, no, no. Because a 14-year-old can carry a child, they should. Because make more white babies. Regretting cutting out the morning coffee habit today. Yeah, I'm struggling today too. I got a headache. I had a massive headache. Ugh. And I took the last of the Motrin too, so that's frustrating. Anyways, here's some more bullshit from Tulsi.
That's what we're going to promote.
Don't forget Joe is there.
We're gonna push books in public schools, kindergarten, first grade, third grade, fifth grade, that are causing your child to say, well, I don't know if I'm a boy or I don't know if I'm a girl.
If they're asking that question after a book, they were internally asking that question before the book. Remember, these are the people that just said that that accepting trans people would be living in a post-truth world. Meanwhile, she's just lying. It's like, these people want us to live in a post-truth world. Now, let me tell you several lies that justify why I feel this way.
I saw some of these books that some of the parents in Virginia and other states are protesting at their boards of education, trying to get these books removed from their kids' schools. These books, like, I thought, okay, how bad can it be? I saw them, and they are some of the most...
Considering how much of a crazy Hindu nationalist you are, oh, whoops, I clicked a thing. No, fuck off. Get out of here. Go away. Yeah, considering what a crazy Hindu nationalist you are, and someone who previously was against gay marriage and would made up stories about lesbians trying to accost you. Yeah, that was the thing that happened. Yeah, I tend to don't disagree that it shocked you. I'm sure. And the problem is, not much shocks you because you're a crazy conservative and always has been. And anyone who says otherwise is an idiot. Seriously. Name one left-wing policy she actually supported. Don't say Medicare for all, because that's a brand name. She's one of the people that turned that into a brand name. How she defined Medicare for all was not how Bernie meant Medicare for all, or how we would define Medicare for all. She basically called Medicare for all a slight expansion of the ACA. Last time I checked, that's not Medicare for all either.
Most graphic images I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I somehow doubt that. Aren't you a veteran? How can you say that those are the most graphic images you've seen in your life when you're literally a combat veteran and you literally run for office based on the fact that you're a combat veteran? Everybody knows this. I'm pretty sure you saw more graphic things there than, like, the idea that a penis exists in a book. God forbid.
Oral sex.
including oral sex. And this is targeted towards 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds.
So
She's talking about one book. And the thing about it is, it never actually happens. When people actually read the book, what actually happened was the person who was to give winds up backing off. So I believe the book was about being asexual. So they back off because they didn't. What the hell? Hey, Amazing Wolf Skeptic. I'm gonna have to do something because this is annoying. I don't know if you're showing up in the chat, the general chat. Again. You are? Okay. You didn't show up in the restream chat for some reason. Which is the one that I use for my main chat in case anybody ever comes by to watch the YouTube stream. Yeah. Let's see here. Moderation. Okay. Now you shouldn't have any problems. Yeah, there we go. You were showing up in the YouTube chat. But for some reason not showing up in Restream. But I fixed it. It's all good. We're done with that. Anyways, more shitty Tulsi Gabbard.
strange that we've gone this far, like, into cuckoo land. And then
This isn't cuckoo land, Joe. It's only cuckoo because you're a crazy conservative.
it's happened so quickly.
It seems like it's happened so quickly, but that's
You're just worried you're going to get beat up by a girl.
It has been very intentional, and the groundwork has been laid over time.
Do you think?
Yes, winning one long-standing civil rights issue will lead to us pushing to win more long-standing civil rights issues. This is correct. Yes, it's planned because everyone gets their moment. You know, we can't fight all battles at once, and the way American general consciousness runs, we have a tendency of only taking on one civil rights issue at a time. This is true, but that it's not because we're trying to destroy anything. It's just we're noticing that, okay, so we expanded the idea of marriage because of our extremely conservative theocratic views of what marriage is, which we also lie about because we have no idea what is biblically defined or historically defined as marriage. We just make it up because apparently at no point was marriage literally just a transactional contract business move. Nope, never happened. Even in the Bible, it wasn't about love. It was never about love. It was never about even the church. At no point was marriage about a religion or love until recent days when, God forbid, women got the right to choose who their partner is and deny who their partner they don't want to be. God forbid, I know. Terrible, horrible, horrible travesty of a thing. So, when people saw that, and we won, they went, okay, trans people have been waiting in the wing, have a lot of issues with what's going on with trans people, and we can finally address that, because, alright, we got rid of the stupid, supposedly biblical description of what marriage is. Now, we can get rid of the stupid, backwards, supposed definition of what genders are. We can advance. We can do more things that we didn't do before, because we recognize how ridiculous they are. She makes it sound like a conspiracy when it's literally just people letting society advance how it should.
It's intentional, like planned out, or do you think that there is an ideology that gets accepted and then that ideology it's like a forest fire. It feeds off.
It's not. I wouldn't compare it to a forest fire, because a forest fire destroys things. This doesn't destroy anything. In fact, it encourages good stuff. It encourages freedom. People being allowed to be who they are. God forbid, right, Joe? God forbid if people, I don't know, get a choice at who they are. Couldn't have that. Hey, Grady, good to see you.
New fuel, so it has to expand its boundaries.
I think it's probably a combination of both.
So if it is intentional, whose intention is it to spread this?
It's just simply society advancing. This is her taking deep breath, concentrating all her bigot energy to hold back and not say the Jews. Going, I need to come up with I need to stick to the talking points. Don't be too honest, Tulsi. Just be honest enough to your beliefs. Not to reality, but to my beliefs.
People who, I mean, it's the very same people who are doing it now, I think, over time, trying to see how far they can push, the sexualization of our kids in our society. I don't know exactly who the person is.
I just realized I didn't turn this light on. I'm going to keep it off. Unless it gets too dark in here. Does that just, mess with my head? So we're protecting our children argument. Not sure where I heard that before.
Annual gay pride parades took on new meaning on Sunday as people poured into the city streets. Give a better time to have you as a guest with these really consequential rulings coming down last week. You were quoted as saying these two decisions represented some of the darkest 24 hours in American history. And I have to say, that took me back. I can think of some pretty dark days in American history. 9/11, Civil War, Dred Scott. Is it right up there with you for that?
Oh, look, what happened last week is twice, back to back, the U.S. Supreme Court, a majority of the justices, violated their judicial oath. On Thursday of last week, the court rewrote Obamacare, rewrote the statute, ignored the language of the statute, and as a result forced millions of people into this failed law. Millions of Americans are hurting, have lost their jobs, have lost their education, and threw out the marriage laws of all 50 states. Now, listen, I've spent my life fighting to defend the Constitution, and there is a constitutional means. If someone wants to change the marriage laws in a state, the way the Constitution allows you to do so is to convince your fellow citizens to do so through the democratic process. What we saw instead is 5 unelected lawyers saying the views of 320 million Americans don't matter because they're going to enforce their own policy positions.
Let me ask you about that, because one thing you also said was that you would support a Texas state clerk who refused to issue a state with that too?
Well, there's no religious
who struck down the bans on interracial marriage. They used religious arguments to justify that.
There's no religious backing for that, and I have spent decades.
But there's also no religious backing for banning gay marriage either. Just a misinterpretation when they were actually talking about pedophiles.
Fighting against bigotry and racial oppression. I'm the son of a Cuban immigrant. Bigotry is fundamentally wrong. And one of the things I talk about in the book, A Time for Truth, is fighting to defend religious liberty. For me, religious liberty isn't some newfound campaign theme. I've spent 2 decades when I was the Solicitor General of Texas.
See if we can find another one. Oh, Rick Santorum was always good for this.
We have 4 boys and 3 girls.
How would you feel if one of your sons turned around to you one day and said, "Dad, I'm gay"?
I would embrace them, love them, and try to help them through what I would see as a very difficult and troubling time in their lives. I know a lot of gay people, and I know a lot of the folks that I've talked to who have gone through this, go through a lot of very difficult times in their lives, and coming to that decision and struggling with it even after admitting it. So this is a difficult issue, and I understand it's difficult issues, and my job as a father is to love my son unconditionally, which I do and would continue to do what I could to support him so he could live a good and healthy and decent and faithful life.
I guess one of the reasons why it's so troubling and difficult for people to come out is because of the level of bigotry that's out there against them. And I have to say that your views that you've espoused on this issue are bordering on bigotry, aren't they?
No, I think just because we disagree on public policy, which is what the debate has been about, which is marriage, doesn't mean that it's bigotry. Just because you follow a moral code that teaches us something wrong doesn't mean that. Are you suggesting that the Bible and that the Catholic Church is bigoted? Well, if that's what you believe, fine. I think that 2000. Well, I shouldn't say not fine. I don't think it's fine at all. I think that is that's contrary to both what we've seen in 2,000 years of human history and Western civilization, and trying to redefine something that is seen as wrong from the standpoint of the church, and saying a church is bigoted because it holds that opinion that is biblically based, I think is in itself its act of bigotry.
Well, I'm a Catholic too, and I just think that, unfortunately, we're in a different era now. We're in a modern world, and the fact that you now have...
I don't think that Pierce, I don't think the truth changes. I don't think right and wrong change based on different eras of time. There's some truths that are in fact eternal and are truth and based on nature and nature's law, and that's what the church teaches. That's what the Bible teaches, and that's what reason dictates. And if you look at it from all of those perspectives, I think it's a
nature's law, meaning you only have sex for procreation. That's what he means by that, by the way.
Legitimate point of view. I certainly respect people who disagree.
How
with
much
me,
does this sound like the trans
because
debate?
they disagree with me.
I mean, you're indisputably a good family man, and I've read very moving accounts from you and your wife about the loss of your son, Gabriel. Tell me that, coupled with what happened with your newest born daughter, who is very disabled, and you've again spoken very...
That's enough of that. Let's add some spice to this. There we go.
Tanya Diddy is a Georgia teacher, and in Georgia,
2012.
There's a new legislation that is proposed saying that, hey, perhaps we should not discriminate against lesbians and gays, LGBT community overall, for state employees. So if you're a state employee, we should have different rules for straight people and gay people, right? It seems fairly reasonable. And in fact, everybody that testified in these hearings was in favor of this new law, saying we shouldn't discriminate, with the exception of Tanya Diddy. Not only is she representing, and she's a state director for Concerned Women for America of Georgia, but she's a school teacher. Now listen to why she thinks this is a bad idea.
What we would be protecting for public employees is not only heterosexuality, bisexuality, pedophilia, transsexuality, transvesticism, I'm not going to read them all, voyeurism, exhibitionism, fetism, zoophilia, necrophilia, plasmophilia, and the list goes on. I teach in the public school system, and I know that this would impact the public school system. And we have parents who bring their kids to school every day and expect the school to protect them. And what's going to protect our children if someone that is a pedophiliac comes in and gets a teaching job, is a bus driver, is a custodian, and they could be people that just want to prey on children, and they'll be protected.
Same exact arguments. Same exact arguments. This will justify pedophilia? And what if a pedophile gets in here? I don't know, Margaret. Pretty sure that's already happened, and they didn't need to be gay or trans in order to be that. And no one is arguing that it's a good thing. At all. Hey, Fears Rain. Fucking Joe Rogan jumped on the their litter boxes in schools. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. And then we come to find out that actually the kitty litter is there in Colorado schools, but it's there for the actual problem that schools have, which is school shootings. So that if students are trapped in the school for multiple days in the classroom, they have something to actually shit in, as opposed to, you know, just shitting on the floor. They also include that thing also includes snacks for diabetic students. It's literally for the school shootings. But oh, we can't do anything about that. Oh, no. We gotta do something about the transes. Am I right? Because the transes are the issue here. Sure they are. Sure they are. You ever just get tired? Get tired of hearing the same bullshit over and over again? Every year, same things. New culture war. New thing to be mad at that nobody was talking about before. Here's another one.
We are waiting on the highest court in the land for a big decision, a flag flying debate, and a NASCAR hater.
It's Friday, time to tell it to Tim.
The country waits to see how the U.S. Supreme Court will rule on same-sex marriage.
There couldn't be that many people that are for gay marriage in Texas.
Who cares if you're gay, straight, or whatever? Live your own life.
If God didn't want gay people here, he wouldn't have made them. So live.
Any of these arguments sound familiar? Not sure.
Alone.
A survey out this week shows 44% of Texas voters approve of same-sex marriage, 41% do not, the rest undecided. There's a heated debate over the Confederate flag and what it means.
Leave the Confederate flag alone. It's part of history.
The Confederate flag has been used as a symbol of white supremacy since the Civil War.
Even many longtime defenders of the flag believe if it divides the country, it may be time to retire it from public display. 3 years and Mike Miles had enough as Dallas school.
Yep. What's morally wrong with homosexuality? An hour-long video by John Corvino. I wish I could run the transcript through through Microsoft Word and do a word count for how many times he says the word pedophile or protect your children, insinuating that all gay people are pedophiles. Literally, when I say over and over again that these are the same exact arguments that were used against gay marriage, and none of them have come to pass, nor is anybody even talking about like justifying pedophilia or necrophilia or marrying dogs, probably because they're not able to recognize the fact that, you know, on the left we also believe in consent. The one thing that a child cannot do is consent. An animal also cannot consent. So, and a dead body can also not, you guessed it, consent. They're just telling on themselves that they don't believe in consent. They don't believe in consensual sex. And we actually do. That's the easy justification. We're not talking about violating anyone against their will. And they're not able to make that distinction. Because do you want to know what they want to do? They want to violate people against their will. Never even cross their minds. They justify rape. They defend rape. They'll defend people getting 14-year-old girls pregnant, but be mad when a 14-year-old boy gets raped. Like, oh, that's statutory rape. Okay. Well, so's the other thing. And that right, Matt Walsh. Dennis Prager has made it very clear he doesn't need consent. Eli, stop. Stop. I'll play with you later.
It's time to get funky, 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 funky.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't believe in consent. And that's probably the problem here. That they're not recognizing. Their arguments are exactly the same because their initial argument was a lie. Because they don't believe in one fundamental thing that we do. That people can consent to things. Like, I don't know, abortions. They're not being forced to get an abortion. They're choosing to. And they don't like choice. They don't like people having choice. They don't like people having choice to act on their gender dysphoria. They don't like people having choice to be able to get married to the partner of their choosing. They don't like people having their own power over their own bodies. When they say freedom, they just mean the government. They don't mean freedom as in do whatever you want. They mean that they're allowed to restrict others from doing things and the government can't say anything. And that's one thing that's fundamental to the understanding on the left of what is and isn't freedom. We define freedom as people being able to live their lives how they choose, how they feel, who they are, without discrimination. They define it as... Stop.
What did he do?
He keeps throwing toys at me. Sorry. Eli's on one today. He woke up on the bad side of the bed. And I got a headache, so I guess I kind of did too. So it's going to be a fun day. Anyways, what I was trying to say, they do not believe that people should have the right to be who they are. Anytime a conservative talks to you about freedom and tells you about how the left is against freedom, always ask them freedom for who? Freedom to do what? Freedom to be trans? Because you don't believe in that. Freedom to be not Christian? Because you don't believe in that. Freedom to get an abortion. Freedom over your fertility rights. Nope. Don't believe that. Where's this freedom coming from? Oh, you just don't want to pay taxes. And you want to be able to own and rape women. And have nobody say anything about it. You just want men in power to make all decisions. White men, white Christian men. To be in power and making all the decisions. Which they already are. And nothing else. You don't want anyone to have any freedom. That's why a majority of libertarians are straight white dudes. The ones that turn out to not be straight white and cis. Let's just say there's always a glitch in the matrix, isn't there? Never free to be trans or not, or gay or not. Yeah. It's just always not. The struggle here is to not being made legal. That's also true. Like, they actively want to restrict people from being able to have that choice, and they want to prosecute them for having that choice. Just being who they are. They don't gain anything from it, except for the idea that they get to hold somebody down underneath them. So, no matter how bad things get under their rule, they can always point at somebody lower than them and go, at least I'm not them. It's about control. They come in and they call us authoritarians and all that. Who's the real authoritarians? Tulsi has always been a conservative. Tulsi has always been theocratic. Tulsi has always supported theocracy. Tulsi has always been against gay marriage. She changed her tune when she saw it was going to cost her an election. After she was caught making up stories about a lesbian couple accosting her and got caught doing that. Oh, all of a sudden she's like, "Oh no, I'm pro marriage equality. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah, okay, no, seriously. Oh, I just made I changed my mind. I made mistakes in the past, and I'm trying to serve up some recompense for that, and stand up for my gay, lesbian brothers and sisters." And when it turned to trans people existing, she was on that train faster than you could say, "Hey, Sean, good to see you."
It's Cookie. Cookie.
There's a reason why these talking points are repeated so often. It's because they don't. It's never been about anything but what it's actually about. They say it's about protecting children. It's not. They say it's about preserving tradition. Well, that's kind of true. It's about power. It's about exerting power over people. Creating these model people. There's a reason why conservatives always run fascist.
Excuse me.
I just had to pull that up because I thought that was rich. Oh, we're just protecting our children. Oh, I've heard that before. Wasn't that the same argument that was also made against desegregation of schools? Oh yeah, it was. Because we can't have the scary black man coming in there against your little girls. He might do something to them. And they would say the same shit. Oh, I don't hate them. I don't hate them. I just think it would be better if they just stayed over there. Did I finish the story about that black guy on Twitter? The black libertarian who was defending Candace Owens? If not, the key thing that blew my fucking mind is he actually made the argument, because I was like, white people, especially white men, have never been segregated in society. He tried to argue that, oh no, during segregation, you see, white men weren't allowed to go into the black areas in the same way that black men weren't allowed to go into the white areas. That's not how that worked. No. I think you missed the point of segregation being that the white people could do whatever the fuck they wanted and go wherever they wanted, and the black people couldn't. Tell me you failed history without telling me. Yeah. He, when I pointed that out, he just kind of happened to stop replying to me. Well, actually, no, he didn't stop replying to me then. He just moved away from that point because he realized he fucked up. And then moved on to tell me about how he lived in the hood and how white men are in his hood were being robbed because they were white. To which somebody asked him the question that he never bothered to answer. I wonder why. Did they get robbed because they were white, or did they get robbed because they looked like they had money? And then proceeded to say, yeah, I live in Chicago, and there's some white dudes that are scarier than most of the black men that I've known. People don't rob people if they don't look like they have money. They don't rob you because you're white. They rob you because they think they're going to get something out of it. Somebody obviously slept through 5th grade history. Yeah, and I proceeded because he said, you know, I'm clearly never been to the hood. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, dude, I live in Flint, Michigan. The majority of my city is the hood. Are you kidding me? Proceeded to tell him about how that girl was murdered around the corner from me. It was just like, yeah, like I live in the poorest city in the country. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I don't understand what you do in the hood? No. You don't get robbed because you're white. You don't get attacked because you're white. You get attacked for a couple of reasons. You look like you have money, and you don't mind your fucking business. I learned that years ago. When something's going down, head down, you don't see it, don't stare. Because if they catch eye contact with you, you're in it. That's how I managed to never get shot. Stores getting robbed? Stop. You wanna call the cops, guys? Armed robbery, and they let you leave because you keep your head down. You leave, you go home, and then you call the cops. If you feel so inclined. You do not call them while you're in there. You do not call them while in the parking lot, because that's too close to the scenario where they could come out, see your ass, and then you're in it. The key to surviving in the hood is not to not be white.
Stop.
The key to surviving is minding your fucking business and making sure that you don't get pulled into the shit. Used to live in the hood, can confirm you keep your head down. Yeah, if there's any proof of how I grew up. That's the thing that always amazes me, is like the people who pretend like they're from like the hood will always say stupid shit like that, but they don't know the actual rule to surviving. Like, no, that may have been an issue for you because you couldn't stop yourself from saying racist shit. And people knew it, and word gets around. You brought yourself into that situation. But for people who aren't fucking racist and know that shit happens no matter what race you are, that every race has an issue with drug addiction, every race has an issue with poverty, every race has an issue with gangs, every race has an issue with crime. Can happen to anyone. Just you notice it more because you're in a more black populated area. And what do you know? The majority population just so happens to be the people that do most of the crime. Who knew? What a shock. Clearly, it couldn't be that they're the majority population. It has to be because they're black. It can't be because of mass poverty and systemic racism. Oh no. it's because there's something inherently wrong with their culture. Like I said yesterday, because white people and white culture never at any point glorified sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Never caused riots. Totally no glorification of, like, I don't know, killing people and getting away with it. Looking at you, Nikki Sixx. Totally never happened. We totally didn't justify rape. Totally didn't justify you. Hey, we're swung back around pedophilia. Looking at you, Ted Nugent. Totally didn't just let it go because, oh, that's just how it was at the time. And then simultaneously go, we need to harken back to those days. You know, when it was okay. Nikki Sixx from Motley Crue, yes.
Eli, stop.
I believe it was him who was driving a Ferrari while drunk and high on heroin and crashed his car and killed a couple, and all he had to do was like a public apology or something like that. He like got a slap on the wrist. What? What's wrong? What is wrong with you today? What? Use your big boy words.
Eli.
Hey, what do you want? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. What do you want? Tell me with your big boy words. Hmm? Hey, look at me. Look at me. Look at me, Bubs. Hey, look at me. Are you hearing me? Do you hear me? Are you listening? What do you want? Use your big boy words. Or don't. Okay. It's a work in progress. It was either Nikki's. It was one of the people from he's a rock star. He can get away with anything. Exactly, and that's my point. And you know what we did about it? Jack shit. But oh, it's hip hop and rap that glorifies violence and crime. Never forget, sex, drug, and rock and roll was a thing that we absolutely glorified in the U.S. Still kind of do. It's just they don't like it that it's no longer rock and roll, it's hip hop. It's something more explicitly black, rather than just originating from it and completely co-opted because we didn't allow black artists to be played on the radio. Now they get played on the radio, and now it's like, oh, this is a black music. Man, I will a little story that I always found interesting. When I was in high school, I've told you guys about the Skill Center. I mentioned it briefly. It's like a place where you learn like vocational shit in high school. Covenant Gardens, thank you for the follow. It's not like outlaw country isn't a thing. Yeah, exactly. That's another one. Don't look up the hysteria about Elvis's pelvis. The Elvis pelvis, if you will. I love it. It's a belief that got into a lot of people's cultures. I remember talking to this guy at the Skill Center when I did my creative drawing class. I'm a terrible artist. I took creative drawing because I thought it would make me better. It didn't. I didn't get taught a damn thing. I was told to draw things, and I did. It didn't matter how shitty it was. I got a passing grade. But so I was talking music with this dude. There's this dude that he was heavy into dance. He was a black guy, and he was heavy into like, you know, the pop and lock dance. He would do like dance competitions. I don't know what they're called because I forget all this shit. Like in the hallway during breaks. You know, fine. I don't care about that. I don't judge them at all. Like we were cool, and we were talking one day about music, and you know, we had some crossover in the way we talk about music, and he's just like, you know, what music do you even listen to? And I had the big old CD case back then, and I had him go through it. I was like, you tell me what you like best, because they let us listen to music while we were drawing. And he goes through it all. He's like, man, all this is white music. I was like, do you know the history of rock and roll? And he goes, no. I was like, rock and roll originated from black people. And like Chuck Berry, the guy who created the distorted amp sound that would eventually lead to all of rock expanding to having distorted guitar. Black guy. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. Mama Thornton, the original writer of Hound Dog. He's like, are you serious? I was like, oh yeah. And I went through and showed him all the artists that I had, all the rock bands that I had that had black people in it. It's like, well, I mean, yeah, but like they're not like black. And I was like, no, they are. I was like, why do you segregate them like that? I was like, there's no white music, there's no black music, there's none of that. Certain cultures can carry various certain things, but and keep in mind, I was in high school. But like honestly, things can be co-opted, but ultimately, a music genre is just a music genre. Matters what people do with it, and if respect is being given equally, not because of someone's race and not against it. Music is music. At this point, I should say. Couple clarifications. Also, Elvis jacked his dance moves from like 2 different black artists. Yeah. I would love for conservatives to give me one rap song that talks about drugs and gangs where the guy doesn't get punished. They can't. That only works with white people. Even Randy Moss got in deep shit for some weed in his trunk. And the dude is a football star. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of issues with Randy Moss, but you know. Smoking weed wasn't one of them. There's been a couple of people that gotten busted for pot. One of the most progressive things my dad has ever said. He's like, I don't see the issue with them smoking weed and playing their sport. I was like, yeah? He's like, yeah, because they say that it's a performance enhancing drug. He's like, what does it enhance you to do? Eat fucking donuts? It's like, shit, they drink alcohol. Shit, they'll be spraying champagne on each other. They can get drunk all the damn time, but they can't smoke weed? I'm like, and what performance does it enhance? Who has smoked weed and went, I'm gonna do something athletic? I haven't. I smoke weed and I'm like, I don't know, I'm gonna play games. I'm gonna eat a bowl of ice cream. I'm gonna eat chips and salsa and see the bottom of both the bag and the barrel. That's what I do. Weed is a chill drug. How does it enhance performance? But yeah, that's something I always found funny. It enhances their team player ability. Lots of passes from the dude that came on the field already toasted. Like just several laterals. Like, whoa, what man? Puff pass. Considering I smoke every day before I go on a 5 to 10 mile jog, yes, lots of people use it for athletics. Oh boy, we got the... But actually... Come on, man. There are exceptions to every rule, of course. But keep in mind that the popular nomenclature for when people say nobody does anything is not to speak to the people on the margins, but the general consensus of what happens. Most people do not smoke weed and then want to go out for a jog. There's a difference between strains, right? Indica makes you sleepy, sativa gives you an energy boost. Yeah, yeah. But like, even that kind of varies in what the energy boost can mean from sativa, because it's still weed. It's still a downer. It's still a depressant. For me, it makes me like think really heavy on stuff. That's what it does to me. That's what sativa does to me. Indica, yeah, slows me down to a crawl. You know, sort of like how taking Adderall has a different effect on people with ADHD. I've only ever experienced indica, and that was nice. Yeah, I like hybrids, stuff like that. My favorite right now is a hybrid, and then we have a pen that's a sativa. Weed makes me want to sit my ass down. Yeah. I'm sure that dude left and he's going to be like, this streamer was mean to me. All I did was correct him on an issue that faces the margins because I'm not like other people. All I did was go, well, actually, and push my glasses up my face. Don't know why you got so mean to me. I hope you didn't leave, though. I hope you're like, oh, yeah, actually, that was kind of a weird, shitty thing that I brought up for no fucking reason. The, who asked you of the chat? Anyways, speaking of things that people get really upset over for no fucking reason, Indigenous Peoples Day has made people mad, because they want to have sex with the rapist genocider guy who even back in his day wasn't celebrated because of the amount of horrific shit that he did. Christopher Columbus was worse. Oh, wait, no, this is correct. Christopher Columbus was worse than Dahmer. If you disagree, it's because you don't know history. Correct. If y'all think Dahmer was something, wait till Netflix drops a Christopher Columbus show. No faster way to say I don't understand history and hate Native Americans. Might as well say Happy Dahmer Day. Columbus is to America as Al Gore is to the internet. This is just a reminder that Christopher Columbus puts Jeffrey Dahmer to shame. He was a rapist, a cannibal. He participated in mass murder, enslavement, and bestiality. Alright, Newsmax, what's the issue with this? Because this is all completely correct. Oh. Yeah, here's someone you may want to ask. Ted Nugent.
Happy Columbus Day, America. There, I said it, and I'm not apologizing either. It's sad that commemorating Italian explorer Christopher Columbus.
I love how they say, and I'm not apologizing. No one's asking you to apologize. Like, literally no one. The purpose of what you said was not, was literally to be a piece of shit. Not asking you to apologize. Apology is something that you could choose to do if you actually felt bad about what you did, but because you're a racist piece of shit, you're not going to. And you're just going to double down on it and then be upset that I called you a racist piece of shit. And it's like, well, I'm calling a spade a spade. I don't know what to tell you. What do you want me to do? This idea that people on the left are begging people to apologize on Newsmax. Asking conservatives to apologize. Like, that's going to do a goddamn thing. You better apologize right now. And then say the same shit 5 minutes later. Like, literally, no one's asking you to apologize. They're just saying, hey, we're going to call you a racist piece of shit because you're saying racist piece of shit things. You racist piece of shit. So, do with that what you will. If you don't like being called that, well, stop being a racist piece of shit. It's that easy. Stop saying racist piece of shit things all of a sudden. It's weird. The accusations go away. It's funny. You know? People have called me racist in the past. It's never stuck because I'm not actually racist. You know, people just say things sometimes. Sometimes people do shit like that. Whatever. And sometimes you say something ignorant. But that still doesn't mean that you're racist. You can just be ignorant, then you learn. What makes you a racist or not is whether or not you're willing to actually listen to the reason why what you said was racist. If you close your ears up and you go la 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 la, no, you just want to kill all the white men. Guess what? You're a fucking racist. Your reaction to the criticism is what defines you as what the criticism is. People can be wrong about the criticism because if you're willing to learn why you were wrong and take that action, take that knowledge, guess what? You're not ignorant and you're not a racist. It's this easy. It's super fucking easy. My main advice to white people that get called racist: don't get defensive. Resist every urge to get defensive. Eli, stop. Hey, get away from the TV. Come here. Come here. Get out of there. Stop. There's a reason why we made it so you could stop. You stop touching the TV screen. Hey, no, get out of there, Eli. No. What are you doing? Stop it. I told you no. I won't tell a racist to apologize for the racist thing they said. I'll slap the fuck out of them open hand, then tell them to apologize when they realize why I slapped the shit out of them. Fair? That's fucked on par with the Canadian serial killer who likely fed human remains to others. What do you mean, the Christopher Columbus shit?
Columbus's arrival to the Americas, which was once a day of common ground among Americans, is now a triggering offense.
White Americans.
That could send the woke mob into toxic shock. And to
Not really. Like, honestly, we're just like, yeah, just stop calling it, stop glorifying Christopher Columbus, because he's a fucking, it's like glorifying Hitler. It's like glorifying Hitler because he discovered Poland. Or a better example, glorifying Hitler because he discovered the Volkswagen Beetle. We just wanted to honor him for discovering the design of the Volkswagen Beetle, which has influenced car designs of the 21st century all the way to now. So we just want to celebrate him. And it's like, he did other things, and he didn't actually design it. He just he listened to designers. He didn't design the damn car. He didn't do anything. He just mass produced it in his name. Eli, no. No. Will you stop? I'll play with you later. We always play later, don't we? Hey. No. Stop fussing. If you want to play, play. Yeah, about that, Mark. I have bad news about Hitler and the conservative right. Yeah, true. True. Like, that's all we're saying. Like, it's funny how, like, the criticisms of Columbus Day are actually pretty lukewarm in comparison to a lot of other criticisms on the left. They're just like, hey, yeah, no, we're just not going to celebrate it anymore. Because it's not like we ever did anything of import regarding Columbus Day. Banks are closed, some of them. Not even every business closes on fucking Columbus Day. It's like the least holiday we have. But because it's been stuck in the American lexicon for so long, white America, we just keep bringing it up. But it doesn't do anything. It's a fucking bank holiday. We can change the name of the bank holiday. Yeah. I didn't know. Here's the beautiful thing. I legitimately did not know that it was Columbus Day. I didn't know. I had no idea. My mail came. The only way that I knew that it was Columbus Day was because I couldn't check it on my bank. And then I saw all the uproar on Twitter from conservative Twitter about how calling it Indigenous Peoples Day is racist against Christopher Columbus. Was it alpha male? Of course it was. That's all I ever get. Except for what's for Glam. You know, she can't handle that fire. But yeah, that's why it's so funny that they're losing their minds over this lukewarm criticism of a holiday that's not really much of a holiday. So, I don't know. Maybe we just kind of let this one go, because it's not like what is the big tradition that people do on Columbus Day? Somebody tell me what the big tradition is, besides tell kids who Christopher Columbus is and then have them grow up and later find out that he was like among the biggest monsters in history. What do we actually do? What's the tradition? What do we all stop and do on good old Columbus Day? Even historically, what do we do? Somebody tell me. I had to work that day, and when I mentioned it, my manager just laughed at it and thought I was joking. That's how people think about it. Exactly. I don't give a shit about Columbus Day. But we could make people actually give a shit about fucking Indigenous Peoples Day, because we should. That should be a real holiday. Places should close on that day. Especially if you're an Indigenous person, you should get that day off with pay. Shit. Double pay. It's a start. I'm not going to see anybody disagree with me on this, I guarantee. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So no one gives a shit about Columbus Day. It's just, it's made up controversy. But let's see this lady froth at the mouth trying to trigger the left on this, when literally we're just like, we could just literally stop calling it that and no one would notice.
That I say, spare me your liberal tears, your muscle aches from getting all tense and offended over everything. America is and will always be the greatest nation on earth, and no amount of rewriting history will ever change that.
It's literally not rewriting history, it's actually discovering it. It's actually like reading the letters that he was sending the Italian government. It's literally like talking about, hey, this guy
Eli,
was doing
no
things
more.
that were terrible
Stop.
even during that period of history. Like full on psycho shit.
Stop it. Come here.
Reminder, if someone tells you Columbus was Italian, no, he wasn't. He was Genoese. I don't know the difference, so it's telling it accurate instead of whitewashing the shit. Yeah, seriously. It's because I say that it is rewriting history to tell us what actual history happened, and I want to actually tell the story of how it didn't happen. We need to stop doing it. The indigenous people, the Indians, they were happy to meet Columbus, and everybody left happy, and they died happy, very happy. A lot of them died happy. A lot of them died, and they were happy. Yeah, you can't rewrite history that didn't happen. Yeah. Columbus didn't even land in North America. I can't. You realize I can't read that. Sean, I can't read that. Christ, man. I love it, though. It's hilarious.
There's a simple reason the political left wants to crucify Christopher Columbus.
It's because he shouldn't have been honored in the first place, because he's a terrible human being.
It's sick and
I didn't
it's
say you were.
twisted, but it's fairly simple. Radicalized Democrats, they hate America.
Yes, that clearly must be why, and not, you know, the reality of who the person was.
And if they can convince everyone to hate the man who discovered the United States, then
He didn't discover it. It's hard to discover something when people were already there. What he did was he discovered it for Europeans. And it wasn't even North America, as someone else pointed out. Just like walk into somebody's house and go, I discovered this. What are you doing here?
maybe, just maybe, they can also convince you to hate this country too. Gone are the days of leaders like President
Also
Ronald
true.
Reagan, as you just heard, paying tribute to what Columbus did. Now we have a president who is glossing over the discovery of the very nation that allowed him to become a rich man and an elected leader. Joe Biden today couldn't just honor Columbus Day. The White House also had to make a proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day to acknowledge.
God forbid. God forbid we have one day for indigenous people after we spent decades genociding them. God forbid. Oh no, we must honor the mass murderer. We can't honor an entire group of people that we've driven to near extinction. Can't have that. I'm just offended. Yeah. I mean, I made the joke earlier, and I actually, you know, I thought about it. I regret saying that. I regret saying that. One of those instances where shit just falls out of my mouth. I denounce myself. I reject myself. I apologize. It was all in the name of a joke. But I need to be more careful with that.
Native Americans, they should get their own holiday. That makes about as much sense to paying tribute to the poor.
Yes, they should get their own holiday. And we need to get rid of Columbus Day. See? We can do both at once. Indigenous people get their own holiday, and Christopher Columbus gets shit canned. Everybody's happy. Except fucking fascists like you. Yeah, I knew enough to not say any other types of things like that. But yeah, I always own up to when I fuck up. Like if somebody makes a good case for why I fucked up, absolutely, and I'm willing to call myself out. I'm not gonna make a fuss about it because I know you. If I didn't know you, I'd have slapped you in the mouth. True. I don't like getting by on that either, though. Like I've told this story before. I was hanging with her brothers one time, and they quote gave me permission to say the N-word. They're like, "Come on, say it." I was like, "No, no, no, no." And they're like, "Why not?" And I was like, "Definitely don't want to get in the habit of that." And they're like, "Why? We know you're not racist, you know. Married to our sister." I was like, "Yeah. Do you honestly think that's enough?" And they're like, "Oh, hell yeah." I was like, "Do you really think about really take a moment and think about it?" And they were like, "Okay." And I was like, "If I do that shit in public." He's like, "Well, you don't do it in public." I'm like, "What if it slips out?" Like, "Well, don't let it slip out." I was like, "You know how you make sure it doesn't slip out in public? You don't say it in private either." And they're like, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah, thank you for telling me I can say it. No, I refuse. I don't want to say it." That's the other thing I said. Like, after that, I was like, "By the way, why would I want to say it?" Like, "I don't know, because we said." I was like, "I don't care." What do I give a shit? That's your guys' decision, not mine. I know my place. Not giving you permission to say it. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I don't like getting over on the, I know you thing. Because, like, not everyone does. And they'd be right to call me out for that. Making a big deal out of, like, a slip of the tongue, really. But, I know. It was something that fell out, and I understand the context it was in. Also, just one dude, and I don't speak for the whole Native community. That too. That's always a thing, isn't it?
Japanese people who lost their lives while bombing our men at the attack on Pearl Harbor. But now, as Columbus Day is watered down by the White House, people who lost this People's Day to acknowledge Native Americans. They should get their own holiday. That makes about as much sense to paying tribute to the poor Japanese people who lost their lives while bombing our men at the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Actually, what would be akin to that would be honoring mass genocider Christopher Columbus. I love how that's her logic. You see, honoring indigenous people with a holiday would be the same as honoring people who attacked us. Because do you know who attacked us? Indigenous people. Oh, really? Is that how that worked? Is that really how that whole thing went down? We totally weren't Germany invading Poland. Is that how that was? Like, literally, the point that she's making is that it's okay that we honor the guy that killed a bunch of people. But taking away that holiday and honoring people who were killed is like honoring the people that came in and killed people. Wait. This logic doesn't logic. You're implying natives were the enemy of the U.S. people. I mean, in a sense, yes, but that's not what you want to frame it at late. Yeah, seriously. Bonita Brown, thank you for the follow. The Poles really had it coming. Have you seen their cavalry? She fully buys into the violent, drunk savages stereotype about us. Yeah, probably like, they were chopping each other up and taking each other's scalps. It's like, all of them? All of them? Really? Every single one? The complete distinct diversity of all the tribes. They only did that to each other. Every single one had the same exact beliefs across all of America. North, Latin, and South. All of them? Really? See, this is where we get into that fallacy that I pointed out earlier from that guy who came in and was talking about weed. That's the opposite side. A minority of them did that, and you like to say they all did that. Because I'm not going to say no one did that. But as we generally use the phrase no one in the same way that I say all, we know that we don't speak to these outliers that were not the majority. We learned it from the whites. The invaders took our scalps first, so we started cashing in on theirs. Yeah. They even shared notes and emails. Not entirely sure. Yeah. It's just very weird. It's very fucking weird for her to lay that out like that. That's quite a thing. See, because, you know, indigenous people are all rapists and murderers. Some, I assume, are good people, right? That sounds familiar. That's where this train is going.
But now, as Columbus Day is watered down by the White House, so is the respect for Columbus, the great and historic explorer. Happy Columbus.
The thing you gotta love is a thing that I've noticed recently, okay? When the left has a criticism of the right, we include the quotes from the person, a video of the person saying it, a bunch of documents that show where they were wrong, how they were wrong, the historical significance of why they're wrong. And then when conservatives post a criticism of the left, it's a made-up thing that no one fact checks, and all it is they type it out and hit post. You ever notice that? They source nothing because they don't need to, because their sycophant believers will believe anything that they're told so long as it makes them outraged at the left. Whatever the left means. Yeah, we have receipts. Like, we spend so much time making sure that what we're talking about is foolproof and backed up by reality and verifiable shit. And they just say a thing and just tell you it's true. And conservatives just go, yup. It's a good way to work your mind. All right, let's get to the debate. Man, what the fuck is up with people? Jeebus said so. He absolutely did. All right. Let's have some fun. Now my day gets easier. I have some shit if we wind up getting through this, but I know we won't. And hopefully my child doesn't interrupt too much. He is on one today, I tell you. I don't know what's wrong with him. But we're gonna start this. Let's check this out. Hey. Hey. What's wrong?
News Nation. And voters here in Georgia joining us on 5 Nexstar stations and several partner stations across the region.
No.
Before we get started with tonight's topics,
Stop.
the rules. Senator Warnock, Mr. Walker, you will each have 60 seconds for opening statements and 60 seconds to answer each question. If there's a follow-up or rebuttal, you will have 30 seconds. When time's up, you'll hear this bell. Each candidate will also have 60 seconds for a closing statement. And with
I'll be
that,
muting
it is
until
time
he's
to get
done.
underway. Tina and Buck, the floor is yours.
Leland, thank you very much. Senator Warnock, Mr. Walker, good evening to you both. We appreciate
Hi,
you being
folks.
here. And we
I am trying to. Okay, audio's low.
that are following along. We'd like for you to use the hashtag GASEN debate. Once again, it's hashtag
Can you hear me?
GASEN debate.
Good to see you as well, gentlemen.
I hope
we
you can.
began tonight with opening statements. A card draw determined.
I'm looking at the
who will go
YouTube chat,
first.
and
Mr. Walker,
this is
we
not
will begin
pre-recorded.
with you. You have 60
Hopefully,
seconds.
First, I'd
you
like
can
to
hear me.
acknowledge my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I'm one of 7 kids, born and raised in Wrightsville, Georgia.
I also
My
want to
parents
thank
taught me about faith,
guy
family,
too.
education, and the love of country. They also taught me about a good work ethic. And because of that, I found the America's dream. But this race ain't about me. It's about what Raphael Warnock and Joe Biden had done to you and your family. Tonight, he's going to try to sweet talk you that he's doing a good job, but his record speaks for itself. I'm here to tell you that they've raised your taxes, gave you high inflation. They even put men in women's sports. And I want to let you know that Raphael Warnock, we give him 6 more years, think what he's going to do. So I'm here to fix it.
He's here to
Mr.
fix
Walker, thank you. Senator Warnock, we turn now to you for your opening statement. You have 60 seconds.
Well, thank you so very much. And hello, Georgia. It's so wonderful to be back here in my hometown. Now, I know that we're in a debate tonight, but really I come with a deep heart filled with gratitude, probably because I grew up about a mile from here in the Caton Homes housing projects. I'm one of 12 children in my family. Clearly, my preacher parents read the Bible, be fruitful and multiply. When I think about the arc of my life, the short distance and the long distance from there to here, I know that only in America is my story possible. My family taught me the importance of hard work and how to build the beloved community that Dr. King used to talk about, and I brought that spirit to the Senate. At the end of the day, this race is about who's ready to represent Georgia in the U.S. Senate. I think that choice is clear, and I look forward to having that discussion tonight.
Warnock points out readiness. In other words, it's a polite way of saying, really, Herschel Walker is going to be a
the
senator?
most important issues facing Georgia voters.
Our next star, Emerson College, The Hill poll shows the economy, threats to democracy, and abortion access are the top 3 issues. We're going to begin tonight with the economy. Everyday Georgians are struggling. They're struggling to pay for food, gas, child care, housing. This week, the inflation rate continues to rise. Mr. Walker, we're going to start with you. You've been openly critical, blaming President Biden and the Democrats for inflation and for the economy. If elected, what is one idea that you would champion to reduce?
He's not gonna say. He's gonna say like, we just need to make sure, we need to bring jobs back here because jobs are good, and we need to make sure that we don't punish job creators by raising taxes. Taxes is the devil, and the devil is bad. You figure that the Reverend would know that, but he don't, because he's evil. So taxes are devils. They're like if numbers were demons, and if demons were numbers, they would come and they would take your family, and they would cause that cause your girlfriends to get abortions. Wait, I wasn't supposed to mention that. Anyways.
Inflation. We ask you to be specific. You have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, you have to blame this administration and Senator Warnock because within 2 years, this inflation has gotten worse. They cut our energy independence. They also raised taxes. And at the same time,
am I good or what?
they reckless spending all our money. So he would sit here tonight and say that he's doing a good job for us, and you ask me, what is one job I would do to help the inflation? First of all, we got to become independent, energy independent again. And the reason why, we're going to our enemies to ask for gas and oil. And that puts us not just in an inflation problem, but it puts us in a national security problem. And I think that's something that I think Senator Warnock need to realize. And he mentioned that he grew up here in Savannah with 12 siblings, Well, in this area, most people live paycheck to paycheck. And when you have inflation the way he's brought inflation on, how in the world can you buy grocery or gas for your family?
Honestly thought, Walker.
Why was he bringing up the 12 siblings? That had nothing to do with anything. Why did he bring up that Warnock had 12 siblings? Like, seriously, I don't understand how anybody could be thinking that this mush brain knows what the hell's going on. But then criticize John Fetterman because he uses something to help him interpret what's being said, and he's able to still answer the question properly. Makes no sense.
I was going to say, I've sired 12 children, so
step in economic recovery. I would want to ask you, would you consider cutting military funding or spending on social services to accomplish this goal? And you have 30 seconds.
I would not think about cutting military spending because first, I believe in peace through strength.
Yeah, of course. Hey, look, it's literally just the Republican line. He's not saying anything different.
Right now, we're at a brink of war, and I think right now with Senator Warnock, who he and Joe Biden, they don't show any strength, and we have to protect this country. And
they don't show strength. Also, stop sending military weapons to Ukraine. Stop spending money on military in Ukraine. We totally don't have a certain agenda that aligns with the Russian government. Nope. They just if he says anything new, I'll be shocked.
I said it early on, right now, because we're giving our energy up to our enemies that don't like us, we have to be ready for war. This is not a playground, so we have to be ready for war right now.
We're going to go to war
Senator
with
Warnock, since President Biden has taken office, inflation has reached levels that we
Saudi
haven't seen
Arabia?
in 40 years. You've supported nearly every piece of legislation that this administration has.
That is interesting. That, like, we need to be ready to go to war over energy. What the fuck does that mean?
Push through Congress. Do you take any responsibility for the financial hardships currently that Georgians are facing? And you have 60 seconds.
There's no question that.
Why should he? The thing that people like, look, I know we have this problem in the US where we're convinced that we're all like the center of the world. We're not the only country facing issues with fucking inflation. Inflation worldwide is at an all-time high. Why do we think this is? It's a global crisis, yeah. Yeah, it's a global crisis that was caused by the previous global crisis.
Yeah,
That still exists primarily in the US. Walker's getting ready to invade Alberta for their energy. Yeah, seriously. We need to make sure we go to war. Wherever the fracking is, we need to be going there. If it's real. I'm sorry. But Herschel Walker, if anyone denies that he has CTE, I don't know how. You're lying to yourself. We're coming for your maple flavored ass, Canada. Awful human being, first and foremost. Oh, yeah. Which just kind of exemplifies the CTE, doesn't it?
People are feeling pain at the grocery store, at the pump, at pharmacy counters. And while we are paying record prices, a lot of our corporate actors are seeing record profits in the oil and gas industry and the pharmaceutical.
Thank you for pointing that out. That is key. That is important. Yes, they're seeing record profits, and we're seeing record inflation. And do you know who controls the prices? Oh yeah, it's them. They at any point could lower the prices. They could just choose to do it. But they don't want to. And yes, we could go ahead and say, yes, it's more expensive for them to transport things. Yes, there's still issues with the supply chain. Yes, we can all recognize that. All that is 100% true. But do you know what else is true? They could cut their own top CEO pay instead of continuing to give themselves raises. Or they could just forego giving themselves raises and not raise the prices. But they don't want to do that. I wonder why. It's almost like leaving this sort of decision making to people at the top. Doesn't make any sense. It gives them no incentive to do anything about themselves. They don't have to actually give a shit about the health of the company. Never have. That company goes under, they'll get another multi-million-dollar job. Who the fuck cares? The way he threw his family under the bus was especially hideous. Oh, yeah. They're hard workers. Harder than anyone. Yep. A billionaire works 1 billion times harder than you. Proof of that? How much time Elon Musk spends on Twitter.
Industry, which is why I've stood up for ordinary, hardworking Georgia families time and time again. I passed the single largest tax cut, contrary to what my opponent is suggesting, for middle and working class families in American history. And
I would have loved it if Walker accidentally went, I didn't know that. They didn't tell me that. After he said that. Like, wait, you did? Oh, damn. I'm not gonna be able to say half this shit. That's true, right? You did? Oh, okay. Oh, damn. And like his advisors off camera, like, let him tell the truth.
We passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which had 2 of my provisions. One, caps the cost of prescription drugs for seniors so they don't have to
Big Amp Trees, thank you for the follow.
Choose between buying medicine and buying groceries.
Oh, yeah. We covered that yesterday. And it's totally not linked to the actual fact that he sent that letter out over a month ago, around the same time they started negotiating with Vladimir Putin on a way to drum up a fake peace deal that would basically cause Ukraine to give up like half their country, even though they're winning the war. Yeah. I'm sure it had nothing to do with that. And I'm sure that the fact that they're I forget what they were, some sort of advisor said for Musk to fuck off was not related to them delivering that letter a month ago, and is actually related to the fact that he told him to fuck off. And he's going, oh, well, I'm just doing what he said. And it's like, yeah, but they said that because you're being a shithead. And you're undermining their country. You're undermining the war effort. Oh, and the amount that they pay is 15%. Musk is only paying 15% for Starlink in Ukraine. Do you know who's paying the rest? You guessed it. Same person that pays his bills now. Us.
And one caps the cost of insulin. He said he would not have voted for the Inflation Reduction Act, and I think he should tell the people of Georgia why he thinks they should have expensive insulin and why the pharmaceutical companies should be able to charge us whatever they like.
Well, first of all, may I respond? I believe.
You already are, sir. This should be good. Please, sir, justify why diabetic patients should pay $1,000 a month for their insulin.
Come here. Daddy's busy.
I'll play with you later, Bubs.
Dad, you're grumpy today.
Yeah, he is. What a grump butt.
Been reducing insulin, but at the same time, you got to eat right. Because he may not know, and I know many people that
Hold up.
They like. Well, first of all, may I respond? I believe in reducing insulin, but at the same time, you got to eat right. Because he may not know, and I know many people that's on insulin, and unless you have eating right, insulin is doing you no good.
We can tickle Bunny together.
But I gotta bring glam into this one. Baby. Herschel Walker just made the argument for why he would vote against lowering the price of insulin, because if you're not eating right, insulin does nothing.
That's not true at all.
No, it's not.
Okay. Sam, can you do me a favor?
What's up?
Because I just don't have it in me to do it.
Man.
Aren't you watching the video?
Yeah. Alright. I gotta change his diaper. I'm gonna switch over to the earbud and be knee deep in poopy. None of us feel well today. So, you know how things go. Sean says hi.
Hi, Sean. Your brother?
No.
Oh.
Anarchist Laboratory Sean. From chat. Spelled the same though.
Sheen.
Huh?
Sheen.
Scene. Yes. Alright, I'll be right back.
So you have to get food prices down, and you got to get gas down so they can go get insulin. And you continue to pat yourself on the back, but right now, families are starving. Right now, families are hurting, and they're hurting because of the bills and the laws you're passing right now.
Senator Warnock, I'll give you an opportunity for a
Listen,
rebuttal.
I meet people all the time in my church who are trying to manage their diabetes. I've been there when they've gotten the news that they've got to get an amputation. And I think we're hearing from my opponent tonight that it's their fault that prices of insulin are being gouged. I don't think it's their fault. I think it's the fault of these pharmaceutical companies. Insulin's been around 100 years. The patent was sold for $1. They're engaged in price gouging, and too many people in Washington think they work for the pharmaceutical companies. I work for the people of Georgia.
Well, he's in Washington.
Can I finish? I work for the people of Georgia.
Yeah, well, you're in Washington.
And that's why I stand up for them every
You're in
single
Washington,
day.
and you're the leader.
Mr. Walker, let's move forward if we can. No follow-up.
I like what Warnock's doing there with the anti-corporate stuff.
Right now.
I think that's important, and speaking directly to the insulin.
Stimulus check, or is there a better
Walker
option
is
to deal with this right now?
more articulate than I
passed
think
the
most people
Inflation
would have
Reduction
expected
Act.
at this point.
He's already told you he would vote against it.
It didn't reduce inflation.
He's already told you that he doesn't believe in capping the costs of prescription drugs for people like my 84-year-old mother.
No,
I don't think they should.
I don't
think she should have to
Mr.
choose.
Walker, let's let him talk.
Yes.
You'll get a second.
I don't think she should have to choose between buying medicine and buying groceries. And that's why I've stood up for her, and I've stood up for hardworking families every single day, and I've stood against the corporations that are being bad actors. They're seeing record profits in the middle of a pandemic.
And
who exploits a pandemic?
Gentlemen, we need to move on to our next topic in the interest of time. So that's election integrity. Tina, it's all yours.
All right, Buck, thank you. Senator Warnock, this question is for you. You have said the new Georgia voting laws implemented after the 2020 election create many obstacles for underserved communities. Yet, there was record turnout in Georgia in the primary this May. According to research done by the Brennan Center for Justice, the African American vote grew approximately 50% from 2018 to 2022's primaries. Senator, can you explain how the law negatively impacts minority votes? You have 60 seconds, sir.
So I have spent my whole career long before coming to the Senate fighting for voting rights, because I believe that a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children. We register people to vote in my church. And in the Senate, I've stood up for democracy because that's the framework in which we get to fight for all of the things we care about. There is no question that SB 202 makes voting harder, and that is the intent. And the fact that many of our voters are overcoming this hardship doesn't undermine that reality. They've made it harder for folks to use the drop boxes. They've shortened the registration times. Folks are saying, you know, you shouldn't have to, you should be able to get food or water in a line. I think the question is more fundamental than that. Why are the lines so long in certain communities and not others? And so I just want to encourage Georgia voters to keep showing up. Don't let anybody take your voice. Don't let anybody take your vote. It took too much to get here, and I'm honored to represent you in the United States Senate.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, we move to you now. In 2020, Georgia became the epicenter for questions on voter fraud. We'd like to hear your thoughts in 60 seconds. Did President Biden defeat former President Donald Trump in 2020? Again, sir, you have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, I need to mention that he said that SB 202, really it made it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And she mentioned that more people turned out for the primary. So you gotten good at in Washington not answering that question, because that was the question she asked you. And did President Biden win? President Biden won, and Senator Warnock won. That's the reason I decided to run. Because we need a change in Washington. We need leaders that's going to stand up to foreign leaders. We need people that's going to stand up for people in Georgia. Because Senator Warnock, he went to Washington, but he forgot about Georgia. And I want to stand for the people of Georgia. He just mentioned he's standing for the people of Georgia, but can he tell me why he voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time if he was standing for Georgia?
This is an interesting aside. I like it, like he actually did answer the question. He just didn't answer it the way that Walker was able to understand. You know, literally telling them like it did make it harder, but that's not going to, like, if people know how important these votes are, so they're trying to endure it, but they shouldn't have to endure all this in order to vote. Yes, it was high. It's because they picked up on what they needed to do in order to keep their vote. And that is endure long lines. And this is all manufactured. This is all manufactured. True grit. So, it is rich of him saying that he didn't answer the questions. Like, no, you didn't understand it. He called out why things are harder. And you're not giving any examples of how it's easier or how it's harder to cheat. He literally points out that, you know, hey, you know, I can't even disagree with the issue of not giving people food or water while they're in line. I do disagree with that, but why are the lines so long in the first place? And Herschel Walker's like, no, it made things easier. That the lines are longer because it's easier. It's like, well, clearly it's not. Clearly something else is going on. Universal vote by mail. Yep, it would be.
Eli, I can't turn
Eli,
That's not how you turn on
get out of the
TV.
way. He's been touching the TV screen again. Our child is wild right now. I wonder how many of the well, let's be honest here. He's not going to lose any QAnoners from saying that Joe Biden won the election. He's not. Because you know what they're going to do, right? They make any excuse to justify the people they like. Oh, he's just saying that. He knows that he has to say that, so he's saying it. We know what he actually knows to be real. So don't expect that question and answer to mean all that much.
That tells you that he's for Joe Biden, I'm for Georgia.
Mr.
Yeah. Hey, Herschel, the majority of people in Georgia were also for Joe Biden. So calling into question why he voted with Joe Biden so much is like meaningless. I watched him do it, so eyewitness account.
Walker, thank you. Now, before we move on, gentlemen,
I'd like to respond to that.
I will give you that opportunity, sir. I will give you that opportunity, Senator. You have 15 seconds to respond.
I heard people talk about how Warnock didn't go on the attack as much as they would have liked. So far, I've seen him do a pretty solid job. He's done a pretty solid job. Maybe I'll see it later. You know, on some of the more like liberal leaning topics where there's like crossover from conservatives.
Come here.
I think he's gonna say cookie.
It is very clear
15.
that my opponent would rather be running against anybody except me. But
I'm
either
happy
me,
to run
there
against
are only
him.
two people who are going to sit in this seat, either me or my opponent. And I think this race is about who's ready to represent the people of Georgia, and I'm thinking about them every single day.
But if he cut from the same cloth at 96% of the time, I'm running he and Joe Biden because they're the same.
All right, well, here's the problem. You have to talk about why that is a problem. Herschel, you can't just leave that out there and just be like, oh, he voted with Joe Biden. And yeah, that's going to get the people that already are going to vote for you to vote for you. But the people who are on the margins are just like, well, I mean, I voted for him the first time and I kind of like Joe Biden. You know, hasn't been perfect, but he's been better than Trump. Like, I actually feel like he's a president. So, I don't know. That sounds like a good thing. I wonder what the 4% was. Because, you know, that's a lot of pushback. You know, especially when losing your vote, well, in the Senate, actually, it means something more. To be honest, the Biden administration has been surprisingly competent. I disagree for a number of reasons. They've gotten some things, but even letting it go, like what I want, and looking at what's like possible within the Democratic Party, they are, I wouldn't say competent. They're still very centrist leaning and trying to work with Republicans and try to play nice with Republicans. He's done some pushback recently, but you know, we need to just go ahead and bury the Republicans at this point. Stop looking at them as a reasonable party to negotiate with, because they're not. Stop pretending. So, yeah. But I disagree with competent. Competent suggests that they the good things that they've done have been like really well planned out, and they haven't. They really haven't. When it comes to getting legislation passed in the Senate, they have been absolutely useless. And I feel like they have like these things that they have set out that they think that is going to change everything for 2022. But the way they roll them out is not great. Like let's look at the weed thing. Okay. So you have the majority of Americans and the majority of senators saying decriminalize weed. So he says, all right, good thing, by the way, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The good thing, I'm going to expunge the records of anyone in prison, or not expunge. Pardon the records of anyone charged with marijuana possession. And then the downside is he's going to look into decriminalization and rescheduling. You shouldn't need to look into it anymore. It should just be like, yes, I have talked to members of the FDA and DOJ, and we are reclassifying, we are rescheduling a weed. Like, everyone's calling for full decriminalization, and you're just like, yeah, we'll look into that. And there's an idea that it could be look into just means kick the can down the road for the next administration, more or less. Yeah, if he doesn't do it, if he doesn't do it after the primary or like a week before, like if he doesn't do it like a month or two after the primary or a week before, or not primary, general election, like it's not happening under Joe Biden. It's not happening until like 2024 at least. And even then, it's going to be slow rolled. And that's the type of shit that I hate. That's the thing that makes me like annoyed about the idea of don't let me stump you. We have that discussion later with the receipts in hand. Yeah, like I just don't think there's a lot of incompetence there that can't allow me to, in good conscience, say that they've been competent. They've done enough things right to just like barely slip by. And then the rest is just same old bullshit. And people are tired of the same old bullshit. Means testing is incompetent. Yeah. Yeah, like student loan forgiveness. Student loan forgiveness. Majority of Americans calling for complete student loan forgiveness. Majority of Democrats in Congress, including Chuck Schumer, calling for $50,000. So he goes, all right, I'll give you 10. You know? It's like this weird thing where he goes against the majority of the population and gives them like a little bit inkling towards them, and that's seen as like well planned. Obviously, you want to leave people wanting more. But the thing is, even if he were to decriminalize weed tomorrow, do you think that would satisfy the left? Do you think that would satisfy the majority of Americans? No, because this doesn't do anything about the other problems that exist in our society. It's like one helpful thing. But much like what he did with student loans, you know, even forgiving 10,000 and not doing anything to reform how student loans are done, or doing anything to make college affordable, all that does is kick the can down the road too, because 10, years from now, we'll be right back in the same boat. Less than that, 5 years. Right back up to $2 trillion in debt from student loan. Or all that is fair, just move on, or we're never going to see the end of the video. We're gonna finish this, don't worry. I just want to get this out here for, you know, not just you. I'm not just talking to you. But like, even with you know, yeah, you pardon all the people who are currently in prison, in federal prison for weed possession and selling. Okay, but that did not make it so that more people after that pardon aren't going to get arrested for the same shit, or that they're not going to get rearrested for the same shit. You know, it's just more kicking the can down the road, and it's just, it gets frustrating. It gets frustrating.
Gentlemen, we are moving on now. This next question, this is a yes or no response, and this is for both of you. Senator Warnock, yes or no, regardless of who wins in November, will you accept the outcome?
Yes.
And Mr. Walker, regardless of who wins in November, will you accept the outcome?
Yes.
Thank you very much, John.
And again, he's probably not going to, but you know, the QAnoners will be like, well, he has to say that.
Gentlemen, Buck, over to you.
Thank you, Tina. We turn now to the topic of abortion. We're going to start with you, Mr. Walker. A week before this debate, a former girlfriend made public accusations saying you paid for an abortion and that you encouraged her to have another. In an ABC News interview this week, you said that the accusations are, quote, all lies. For the voters watching tonight, can you
They're leaving a key part out. Well, they said it, but they didn't say it in a way that like sticks in people's minds. You know, like the fact that he said he never met that girl, but he literally has a child with her. There's like 2 different girls that are like that. Oh, I never met her. I don't know who that is. And it's like, but you guys have a child together. You forced her to get an abortion, and also you have a child together. Kind of gets a little difficult for you to say you've never met that person when you very clearly conceived a child with them. He's not going to accept the outcome, of course. It's sad that it even has to be a question. It is, Jezebel. Good to see you, by the way. Welcome in. But that's the world we live in. Hooray!
explain the circumstances surrounding these claims? You have 60 seconds.
Well, as I said, that's a lie. And, you know, what most thing I put it in a book.
It's not a lie, though. You literally have a kid with these girls.
Thing about my life is I've been very transparent. Not like...
You haven't. Even your kid has said, dude, you're fucking lying.
The senator, he's hid things. But at the same time, I said that's a lie. And on abortion, you know, I'm a Christian. I believe in life. And I tell people this, Georgia is a state that respects life, and I'll be a senator that protects life. And I said that was a lie, and I'm not backing down. And we have Senator...
How do you justify the fact that you literally have a child with 2 of these women already? If it's a lie, how do you justify that?
Warnock, people that would do anything and say anything for this seat, but I'm not going to back down because this seat is too important to the Georgia people.
Literally you. Literally you. He will say anything to get in the seat, which is why I'm telling you that I never met 2 women that I have a child each with, who that I paid for abortions, that my signatures on the get well card, that my own son has came out and said that I did, and that I was also abusive, that I'm also not going to address because the bigger problem is my hypocrisy on abortion. Yeah, Raphael Warnock will say anything to get elected. I just deny all those things that are verifiably true. Because it makes me look like a hypocrite.
For me to back down right now.
Walker's prepared for this debate.
Supporting a ban on abortions without exception. Would you support a complete
as
ban
prepared as he
on
can.
a national level?
Well, first of all, see, that's not true either. I said I support the heartbeat bill. And I say I support the Georgia heartbeat bill because that's the bill of the people from Governor Kemp. And I said that has exceptions in it. I said I'm a Christian, but I'm also representing the people of Georgia, and that's who I represent. So what the people of Georgia stand for, I'm going to stand with them.
So that doesn't answer the question. If a national abortion ban is put up and you are senator, will you vote for it? Just ignoring the question there.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, you've said repeatedly that the exam room is too small for the patient, her doctor, and the U.S. government. We're asking you to take a clear position right now. Do you believe there should be any limitations on abortion set by the government? And you have 60 seconds.
I think that the women of this country and the women of this state woke up one summer morning and a core protection that they've known for 50 years was taken from them by an extremist Supreme Court. And I stand where I've said I stand in the past, that a patient's room is too narrow and small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. We are witnessing right now what happens when politicians, most of them men, power.
I mean, that's a problem all around. Yeah, they don't do that. Partially because like runtime. But also they want each candidate and candidate's party to participate. And you know who they're going to push back on more. Is they're going to push back on the people who do that the most, or the people who lie the most. And who is that? They're like, oh, why didn't they go after Warnock as much as they went after Herschel Walker? I don't know, probably because Herschel Walker lied more. Probably because Herschel Walker didn't answer the question more. It's like it's oh god, what is the word? But it's like it's like a bias that only exists because of the amount of sample evidence. It's similar to like people saying, "Oh, well, you're tolerant, but you don't tolerate me," when they're being bigoted. It's like, well, yeah, because your intolerance goes against tolerance. How can I accept you if you are not tolerant of other people? That would then make me accepting of people who don't accept other people. It's literally the definition of intolerance. I'd be helping intolerant people too. And I shouldn't be doing that. You know? So like, they'll be like, well, why did the moderators go after Herschel Walker more? Well, he lied more. Well, clearly that shows that there's a bias towards the Democrats. Well, the Democrat didn't lie as much. Still went after him plenty of times, but anytime he lied, yeah, he got called out on it, and rightfully so, yes. Anytime a Democrat lies, call them out too. Problem is, the side that's more likely to be telling things honestly is the Democrats. Do they do it with good messaging? No. Do they do it in the way that we would like, that actually gets shit passed and done? No. Do they do it in a way that actually wins elections so that people can understand the messaging and what's coming out of there? No. But they don't lie as much. We're always put on the defensive against the right's lies. Always. It's a contradiction created by sample bias.
Into patients' rooms. You get what you're seeing right now. And the women of Georgia deserves a senator who will stand with them. I trust women more than I trust politicians.
May I respond?
Very quickly, Mr. Walker.
It's good framing on it.
It is, and I heard about him. That I heard he's a neat talker. But did he not mention that there was a baby in that room as well?
Except there's not. If the baby is actually in the room at that time, I don't know how to tell you, but you kind of can't get an abortion when the baby is born. It's not how that works. The baby's already out. What the fuck is that? We need to make sure that we know that the baby's also in the room. No. A fetus is in a womb. Inside somebody's body. And it's their decision what happens to their body. Just complete and utter disregard for what happens to a woman's body during pregnancy.
And also, did he not mention that he asking the taxpayer to pay for it? So he's bringing the government back into the room.
Literally no. Literally not true. I wish there could be taxpayer-funded abortions, but there literally cannot.
So he's not talking about that. So when he mentioned that, it's like I've not seen too many pastors that would say that statement.
Mr. Warnock, I'll give you a chance to rebut.
I am a pastor.
Yeah, you haven't, because you go to
Come here.
You go to churches that are politically motivated.
Stop it.
And they shouldn't be.
Eli.
Pastor, I'm a man of faith, and I have a profound reverence for life and a deep respect for choice. And because I have such a profound reverence for life, it's one of the reasons why I've stood up to address this issue of maternal mortality in our country. We lead all of the Western nations on that front, and black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die even when they have the insurance and the income. Now, that's something government could actually do something about. And I joined with Marco Rubio of Florida to pass a bill to address maternal mortality. The women of Georgia have a clear choice.
And it didn't pass. Why didn't it pass?
As we're watching women die, do you want a senator who wants to control your life, or do you want a senator who wants to save your life? Well, I want to save your life.
Well, what's funny, man, I have to respond to this.
Very quick.
Because he told me Black Lives Matter. And if you think about it, Senator, in Atlanta, Georgia, there's more black baby that is aborted than anything. So if Black Lives Matter, why are you not protecting those babies? And instead of aborting those babies, why are you not baptizing those babies?
This would be a perfect time for Warnock to be like, hey, do you know where maternal mortality rate is especially high? Among black women who aren't getting abortions. So you can't also say, you know, oh, you don't care about all these babies not being born because of the abortions, and then completely ignore the fact that lack of proper OBGYN care has led to the deaths of many women, specifically black women. You know, there's a contradiction here. And it goes back to another thing I constantly repeat about these conservative talking points. A woman who gets an abortion, do you know what they can do? They can try to still have a kid. Do you know what a dead woman who had one kid can do? Rot. They can't do anything. They can't have another baby. They can't try again. They got no choice. It's taken from them. You took their choice to not be pregnant. You took their choice to actually receive proper care while they were pregnant, while you're forcing them to be pregnant. that cause some sort of complication that winds up killing them because you wanted to make sure that you covered all the bases of what is and isn't abortion without recognizing that, hey, you still left enough room for a lot of things to be considered an abortion. And terms like life of the mother can mean so many different things. And people who are under the threat of being arrested for doing an abortion will worry about what those definitions mean under your terms, so they don't do it until it's the very last minute. There's a point in somebody's active death cycle where you can't bring them back. And by putting these restrictions on abortions, you're telling people to wait as long, you're telling doctors to wait as long as possible, so it's absolutely undeniable from any legal perspective that the person's life was in danger. Not to mention that often when you reach that point, you run risk of worse conditions being activated. You don't just get your life saved and you're just better. It's not like in the movies. Not like in the movies when they resuscitate somebody and they're sitting up and they're talking. No. They're usually in a ton of pain. They're usually very groggy because their fucking heart stopped, because they stopped breathing, because their systems stopped working. That amount of damage of your body functions stopping, you getting resuscitated. Oh, and by the way, not to mention all the broken ribs and everything that can happen during chest compressions. Your body starts back up again. It's not going to be working perfectly because you died. It's not a reset button. Once they hit that point, they're either going to be, they could run risk of being permanently disabled, permanent damage to a number of their body systems, and you're telling them, no, I don't give a shit, because and baby can be created, and a dead woman is worth less than a born child. If I were Raphael Warnock, I would bring that up. I would bring up the maternal mortality rate among black women. I would say, you don't give a shit about that. We can go round and round we go. But do you know what an alive black woman can do after they have an abortion? They can have a child when they're ready. They can have multiple if they're ready, and if that's what they want. But if they die during childbirth, they can't do shit. So you tell me who actually cares about black lives. You care about those babies so much that you want to make sure that they have no mother and no siblings or nothing past their birth. That's not a meaningful life, is it? That's not actually advancing anything, is it? But I don't think he's going to do that. That's easy. Jesus Christ, Capital
Warnock, or Senator Warnock, will give you a chance to respond to that.
I think the women of Georgia have a clear choice. He says no exceptions, even in the case of rape, incest, or the life of the mother. I think that's extreme, is out of touch with Georgia, and I intend to do the work that senators can do.
See, he didn't read the heartbeat bill, though. Wait, he didn't read the heartbeat bill. That there is exceptions for that in the heartbeat bill. So when he makes a statement that is untrue,
that we need to
and I
move
do
on, okay?
respect
We've
that,
got
but
a
Senator, you have
lot
to
to
read
get in
that
tonight.
bill.
A follow-up question for you, Senator Warnock. We ask that you take a...
Yeah, he should have gone harder there. That's what I'm saying. More people need to be willing to put that out there. Be like, you know, Walker, if you actually gave a shit about Black lives, like you say you do, you'd recognize that an alive woman can have another child, and a dead one can't. But pulling a baby from a corpse can't do that. And the restrictions that are put on these doctors because of you have already cost people their lives.
Listen to something that you said at a rally just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he didn't read anything.
So women, I trust women and their wisdom and their ability to sit with their own doctor.
That's
right. And if they choose, to sit with their pastor. And to pray about that and let their own conscience guide them. Even God gave us a choice. That's right, Jimmy.
Even God gave us a choice. Can you clarify what you meant by that? You have 30 seconds.
Oh, I think it's self-explanatory. God gave us a choice. And I respect the right of women to make a decision. These are medical decisions. They're deeply personal. Women find themselves in a range of circumstances. And this issue has been far too politicized. And we're witnessing right now the chaos that ensues as a result of that. And women right now who may be facing a miscarriage.
Yeah. I get it though. It's not mainstreamed enough, you know what I mean? Like, I still have to catch myself on it, but like, yeah, it's not mainstreamed enough for him to know that. I don't think it's something that would turn off voters either way. Yeah, he just gave me Elmo for some reason, and I have to hold on to him. I don't know why.
In some cases, are wondering what will happen and how will they have to explain that. I think that's deeply problematic. There are enough politicians piling into the rooms of patients, and I don't plan to join them.
Yeah,
but just to clarify, in your opinion, God gave us a choice in regards to abortion.
It is apparent that God has given us a range of choices, and the people of Georgia have a choice right now about who they think should represent them in the Senate.
Here's where he should have gone harder. The answer is yes. God gave us a choice to have abortions. It's backed up in the Bible. In the Bible, they talk about how the value of even a born infant is far less than even a grown person, and how a fetus is actually worth less than a born child. They literally have dollar value amounts to it to describe that. Like, so yes, if you are a Christian, God did give you that choice because he recognizes the inherent value there. And it's less. What do you know? Crazy. It's almost like women can have multiple children and babies can't. Babies can't spawn their own siblings. Not yet, anyway. God, I hope that never happens. That'd be wild. Anyways.
And may I have to respond?
Mr. Walker, we do have to move on to our next topic.
This will be very short, because he's correct. God gave us a choice. But also within the Bible, if you read the Bible more, God said choose life. In the Bible.
That's not quite... Do you know how many people God killed in the Bible?
It says, I give you a choice. Just like Adam and Eve had a choice, but they chose death.
Very
And
quick,
God
rebuttal,
said you
very quick.
choose.
Mr. Walker, we need to move forward.
I think he wants to arrogate to politicians more power than God has.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to have to move on to our next topic, okay?
That's pretty good.
Tina?
That's pretty good.
We are moving on, gentlemen, on the next topic, and it is about student loans.
It's not
we
a
turn to
touchscreen.
Christian
You're gonna break
Dent,
the
a
TV.
college student and Next Star News Nation viewer from Locust Grove, Georgia.
As a college.
Also, if you can agree that that Adam and Eve had the choice of death, you can recognize that women have the choice to get an abortion. That point actually works against you. I'm gonna mute again.
Student at the University of Georgia, me and my peers are often faced with confronting the rising costs that come with obtaining a college degree. In the United States Senate, will you support further forgiveness of student loan debt? And if so, how will you implement it in the United States Senate on a federal level?
Our thanks to Christian for that question. Senator Warnock, your answer, please, in 60 seconds.
Just say yes.
I wouldn't be standing here tonight if it weren't for low-interest student loans and Pell Grants. And in the years since I've graduated, that path has gotten harder. I ran into a couple on a flight, and they wrote a note for me. They were with their one-year-old son. They said, whatever you do, please do something about this student debt. The mother said, I borrowed $35,000. I paid back $20,000. I still owe $30,000. And that's why I pushed the president to do student debt.
No, he'll break
relief.
the TV.
He did $10,000, and with my urging, he did $20,000 for folks with Pell Grants. I think it was the right move. It will spur entrepreneurship, home ownership. It helps kids in technical schools and vocational schools, not just four-year colleges. But we need reform. We shouldn't be doing this again 10 years from now. And I'm working right now on the kind of reform we need because college is outpacing the price of everything else in our economy.
A follow-up for you, sir. Why do you believe this should be done through executive action instead of Congress? And also, how would this...
Because Congress is bullshit. That's not an answer he could actually give, mind you. He can't say Congress is bullshit while he's running for Congress, you know? But that is the reality.
Eli. Be funded. You have 30 seconds.
The president has already moved to do student debt relief. And there's additional relief for folks like me who, when they got student loans, were Pell Grant eligible. But there's no question we need reform in the system so that we can get the cost of college underway. We don't find ourselves here again.
Honestly, this is a pretty good answer. This is a pretty good answer because it not just speaks to the need for now, but it also speaks to what he wants to do in the future. So I think this is a legit answer. I don't like the way he's wording it because he could make this a much more concise thing. He should have started with yes. And also, I want to make reforms of the system to make sure that college is cheaper so we don't wind up back here in a few years. See how quick that was? What I'm talking about with Democrats and messaging. It's that easy. You can ask that question. Just say yes. Yes, I want to forgive student loan debt, and then I want to make sure that it's harder to wind up at this level of debt. Boom. Done.
And that's my position. Thank you.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, to repeat Christian's
Sort of evaded the questions.
will you support further forgiveness of student loan debt? And if so, how would you implement it?
Well, first of all, you can see
60
that,
seconds, sir. I
yes,
apologize.
First of all, you can see that Senator Warnock has gotten good at being in Washington because you asked the question, why did Congress not do it instead of the president doing an executive order, which is what should have been done. And as I was traveling around the state of Georgia, I talked to people. Some people that wanted to go to college, they couldn't. So they ended up going and working on father's farm. Some military wanted to go to college, they didn't. So he went to the military, may have lost an arm. So this is not right. Georgia people say it's not right. And they said it's unfair. First of all, how could you...
What? Man, he is bad at connecting thoughts. He is bad at being coherent in the least. He can't stay on message at all. He went from he went from saying that he didn't answer the question about Congress, which, you know, we know why it didn't get done by Congress. We know why. Yeah, it was about student loan forgiveness. And then he moved it to these. I met these people that can't afford to go to school. Like, okay, yeah, but he also said he wanted to make college cheaper. He had that in his answer. How he wants to do reforms to make sure that we don't wind up back here again with college being so expensive. And now he's moving on to, well, they had to work on a farm and then they couldn't go. Okay. What the fuck are you going to do for them? What are you going to do? Anything?
Transfer someone debt who owe it to someone that don't owe it. And also,
but that's not a thing that happened. It's not how that works. Not how that works. Especially if since a majority of the debt that's owed is interest. It's literally just people not profiting off of said debt. The debt could very well be paid. Most of that debt could very well be paid. And is. Problem is, the rest is all interest. And interest is just a way to make money off of that. So, nobody is transferring anybody's debt to anybody else. They're racing away to profit off of it further.
Senator Warnock brags about making $400 billion that now the taxpayer, all you in the audience, got to pay for. You got to pay that debt. And I didn't co-sign for anyone's loan. I hope.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I don't think you're going to want to talk about, you know, money owed and debt owed and repaying your debts when, you know, one of the accusations against you as a father is that you didn't pay your, you know, you didn't help, you like ignored several of your children.
Knock it off.
I hope no one out here co-signed for anyone loan, because I didn't co-sign for anyone loan, and it's not right, it's not fair.
Didn't even co-sign for your own kids' loans, let alone, you know, child support.
Mr. Walker, we're continuing.
Warnock should come back with there are people in this audience who co-signed for loans.
Skyrocketed 175% over the past 20 years. What will you do to stem the cost of higher education going forward?
Well, first
you
of all,
have 30 seconds.
First of all, what you should do is get rid of federal funding of any college that raised their costs. Get rid of federal funding of any college that raised their costs. That's the first thing that you should do.
That will increase the cost of college because, you know, further allowing them to take in more private money, it turns out, only encourages them to raise the prices more because that's where they get that made up cost from. This is so stupid. You can't punish businesses into not making money. No, stop. Stop. Stop.
That is what you would do. We're asking what you would do.
Well, any college that raised their costs, I get rid of any federal funding that they're going to get.
Thank you.
You know,
We're moving on.
I find it interesting that folks are
Senator
offended
Warnock,
by...
Senator Warnock,
yes.
I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to give you a pass for 15 seconds.
I will be very brief, I promise.
Very brief.
It's interesting to me that folks who have been crying about the student debt relief haven't said anything about multi-billionaire corporate entities who've gotten PPP loans. I wonder why Mr.
We're going to move on. We're moving on. Thank you, Senator Warnock. Your time is up. Mr. Walker, we're moving on.
Yes,
We're going to move on to minimum wage, gentlemen. We have a lot to get through tonight. We've made that clear at the top of the hour. So let's get as many questions as we can in, because Georgia voters want to know where you stand on these issues. They have to make a decision. Let them know tonight. Buck?
Thank you, Tina. Now, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 14% of Georgians live in poverty. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, a number that has not increased since 2009. Let's do this by a simple showing of hands. Raise your hand if you support a federal minimum wage. Okay, Mr. Walker, you did not raise your hand, so I'd like to ask you, first of all, why not, and what would you do to help struggling Georgians?
Well, when you said a federal, I think right now, and he said that I want the federal government. No, he wants the federal government to run your life. Right now, I think you have to work with different corporations and see just where they can pay. There are some companies right now, and he should know this, after getting the...
Very simple answer to this. If they were going to pay that amount, if they were going to pay people's wages, they would have already, but they haven't.
The All-Star game moved out of Atlanta. They destroyed a lot of small businesses. So those small businesses couldn't pay $15, $20 an hour. So they have to pay what they're capable of paying. So to mandate a federal fee that they have to pay hourly wage, no, I couldn't approve that.
It's not a fee, though. It's them literally paying what they should be paying people. It's to keep up with inflation. Contrary to popular belief, inflation existed before the minimum wage. It didn't have any effect on the minimum wage, except for it would combat it. Whenever minimum wage was raised, inflation would plateau. We've gone over this before. We've gone over the graphs. Every single time the minimum wage is raised, inflation plateaus. Why does that happen?
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, you did not raise your hand, so why not, and what would you do to help struggling Georgians?
I believe in the dignity of work, and I believe in the dignity of workers.
I missed the question, by the way, because somebody's been screaming in my ear. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit.
Hand, so
get in where
minimum wage. Hands. Raise your hand if you support a federal minimum wage. Okay, Mr. Walker, you did.
That is confusing. Why didn't he raise his hand for that?
Did not raise your hand, so I'd like
sort of.
I watch my dad work really hard, and I believe in the dignity of workers. I watch my dad work really hard to take care of his family. And I've seen what we call essential workers, these folks who are on the front line, stand up for us in the midst of the pandemic. We call them essential workers. They deserve an essential wage and essential benefits. In other words, workers deserve to participate in the prosperity that they are creating for others. And so I've been a part of this conversation around the minimum wage. I think people need a livable wage. And some of that is being addressed right now in this strong labor market. So I'm willing to work with folks in the corporate community as well as the labor community to figure out how we get to a good place.
So it seems like he just wants to change the name of the minimum wage to, you know, a livable wage and then raise it based on that, what that definition is. Not bad, but also a more complicated, like that's not great messaging. It's a more complicated argument than, you know, the question needs. You just say yes, and I'm for raising it and making it a livable wage. Because, like, you've kind of already lost the audience on that. Because already people are like, wait, why didn't he raise his hand? And he starts it out and people's eyes are glazing over because he didn't say anything really but pablum to start. What are you doing?
But there's no question people deserve to participate in the prosperity that they're creating for others. They deserve a livable wage, and they deserve benefits.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. We're going to move to our next topic. Tina?
And that topic is crime and violence. In June, Congress passed the first bipartisan legislation to combat gun violence in 30 years. According to a Pew Research poll released in July, 78% of Americans think the new gun law will do little or nothing to reduce gun violence.
And that's because it doesn't go far enough. It doesn't. It's very like, you know, it's very like skin deep in its actions. Stop.
Senator Warnock, I turn to you first. As the number of shootings in Georgia and across the nation continue to rise, what should be done? What should the next step be to solve this issue? You have to answer this question, sir, and I give you 1 minute.
Well, I'm glad that we finally passed the first gun safety law in 30 years. And we did that on a bipartisan basis. I believe that this law will indeed save lives. And I'd like to see us work and see what we can achieve beyond that on a bipartisan basis. My heart goes out when I see the kinds of tragedies that we're witnessing all across our state, all across our country. And it's the reason why I have passed legislation to support law enforcement. I passed the largest investment in the COPS program in a decade. I introduced legislation called Invest to Protect that's endorsed by the sheriffs of Burke County and Scriven County because it supports some of our smaller law enforcement entities. So we got to stand up with law enforcement, but we've also got to create opportunity.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, we're posing the same question to you, sir. In 1 minute, what should the next step be to solve gun violence?
Well, first of all, any law or bill passed that affect anyone's Second Amendment, I'm not going to stand for and I won't support. But third, to hear Senator Warnock talks about supporting law enforcement is sad because.
Hold up. I want to cycle back. His numbering was interesting.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, we're posing the same question to you, sir. In 1 minute, what should the next step be to solve gun violence?
Well, first of all, any law or bill passed that affect anyone's Second Amendment, I'm not going to stand for and I won't support. But third,
He said, first of all, and then he said, now third. Where's two? I think he got confused when he said Second Amendment and thought he gave a second point and just skipped to the third point that doesn't exist. Oh boy.
Hear Senator Warnock talks about supporting law enforcement is sad because he's called them names. And because of the name calling he's done, the morale is down, recruitment is down, only because of what he's done.
Yes, Raphael Warnock is the whole reason why recruitment is down and not, the corruption within the police. He's taking a few hits to the dome. A few. Like, this is an interesting way of going about it. Now, yeah, we could say Warnock going on the side of cops. It's the traditional Democratic view. He's still a liberal. He may be one of the better liberals, but he's still a liberal. Yeah, he called them names. Remember the crew that the Trump that bitch, fuck your feelings. We don't get offended by words. People are like, you called the cops names, and because you called the cops names, they don't want to be cops right now. that they're offended. Why would you do that? You're being so mean to them. Like, nah, maybe people don't want to be cops because recognize that the institution of policing is not good and broken. No. Stop. 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 You're hurting people's ears. No. No. Don't hit the microphone. No. Don't touch it. No. Don't touch it. No. No. What did I tell you? He's being such a butt today.
Empower criminals to think they're better than the police. And because he believes in no cash bail.
Literally nobody has said that.
Bail is releasing prisoners.
Yes, the reason why he's doing that is because it's unjust and terrible and just harms poor people. Uh-huh. That's not, they're not criminals because they're not convicted yet. You can't say that they're criminals. They're literally just in prison because they couldn't afford bail and they're in the process of being convicted. So what if they're not? What if they're found not guilty? Guess what? They're not criminals and they spent all that time and money losing their job, losing their livelihood and everything over a minor charge that they didn't even do. You didn't even bother to think about that, did you, Herschel?
Don't protect the border. Fentanyl is coming to this.
Oh, God. He's talking about the border. Here we go.
Country and also into Atlanta. 70% of the drugs coming from the border goes to Atlanta, Georgia. And he talks about the police.
I'm going to make up a statistic. So I did.
Now I have more sheriff that has endorsed me than anyone running in Georgia right now. And I even have some sheriffs here. They've endorsed me because they know I have their back. They're going to have my bags. So to listen to him.
Meaning you're going to let them get away with whatever they want, not face any accountability, allow them to run around as basically a state-enforced gang. Yeah, I wonder why more sheriffs have backed you. Because you're wanting to make it so not only can they run things as it's always been, but worse. Imagine that.
Say that after calling them name, I think it's a disgrace.
Mr. Walker, thank you. I have a follow-up now for both of you.
I think I ought to be able to respond to that.
I will give you the opportunity, 15 seconds to respond, Senator Warnock.
We will see time and time again tonight, as we've already seen, that my opponent has a problem with the truth. And just because he said something doesn't mean it's true. I have supported our police officers. I've called them and I've prayed with their families, like those officers lost in Cobb County when they were killed, doing what police officers routinely do. You can support police officers, as I've done, through the COPS program, through the Invest to Protect program, while at the same time holding police officers, like all professions, accountable. One thing I have not done, I've never pretended to be a police officer, and I've never threatened a shootout with the police.
This is something that they've talked about a lot that's coming up.
And now I have to respond to that.
We are moving on, gentlemen.
I have to respond to that. And you know what's so funny? I am with many police officers, and at the same time,
Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, excuse me, Mr. Walker, please, out of respect,
I love that. I love how the accusation was him pretending to be a police officer, which is true. He's an honorary deputy, as in they just kind of gave him a badge and were like, hey, yeah, here you go. I don't know. Just, you can't arrest anybody or anything, but, yeah, here you go. And, like, Warnock's just like, yeah, he pretends to be an officer. And he's like, look at my fake badge. Thank you for proving the point that you're pretending to be an officer. And again, I'm so sorry about him in the background. I don't know what his issue is today. He is just so fussy. Why are you being like this? Why are you being like this, huh? Yeah, Bunny. Yeah, kiss Bunny. Bunny makes you happy. Yeah. I let you up here and you were fussing and you didn't want to listen.
I need to let you know, Mr. Walker, you are very well aware of the rules tonight.
Yes.
And you have a prop.
Yes.
That is not allowed, sir. I ask you to put that prop away.
Well, it's not a prop.
It's literally a prop. You are not a police officer.
This is real. And he said, I have a problem. I never worked with law enforcement.
It is considered a prop, Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You're very well aware of the rules, aren't you?
Well,
aren't you aware of the
Well, he has a prop in that he uses the truth against me, and that makes it really difficult for me to lie. So you understand how that's a prop. In the same way that me pulling out my fake badge proves that I'm a cop, right? It's my cop prop, if you will.
You brought up the truth, let's talk about the truth.
Thank you for...
The truth is, you were given an honorary badge, which is about as real as honorary doctorates.
Putting that
Did he bring his fake badge to the debate? That's pretty nuts.
Still have a lot to get to, and we are not going to continue this. We're going to follow up with a question, and this is...
Oh yeah, you say I'm pretending to be a police officer? Allow me to double down on that and say, yes, I am a police officer. I am Batman. In fact, we trying to find some kryptonite because that Superman, he's a menace and he needs to be taken down. I'm working with J. Jonah Jameson to take down the Superman, so that he can fight Spawn. Right? That working? That doing it for you? Yeah, okay.
According to the CDC,
I hope the question is where'd you get that fake badge?
For African American youth. Mr. Walker, in 30 seconds, why do you believe this is happening? And what would you do to stop it?
Well, what I would do is hold people accountable, which is Senator Warnock not doing. Believing in no cash bail, no accountability, that is a problem.
No cash bail is not not holding them accountable. The accountability falls on the end of them actually being proven guilty. What accountability do we need to have against people who were wrongfully arrested? To suggest that this is accountability doesn't understand why bail is. Like, his assumption here he's making is everyone who is in bail, who has to pay bail, is guilty. But that's not true. Why do people need to be punished when they didn't actually do anything wrong? Which is Senator Warnock not doing. Look, I don't want to grandma shame anyone. However, what the goddamn fuck? Yes, absolutely.
People must be accountable for their action. And the truth lies with Senator Warnock, because he said he was going to Washington to represent Georgia.
Which he did.
Went to Washington to represent Joe Biden. That's the
No, he which is why that number is not 100%, and instead 96%. See, that's the problem. And considering the close margins in the Senate, yeah, any time he voted against Joe Biden meant a whole lot more, considering the 50-50 Senate. Because that's literally the difference between something passing and something not.
The reason we're in the mess we're in today because he represents Joe Biden and not the truth for Georgia.
Senator Warnock, this follow-up for you. Same question. What do you believe homicides among African-American youth is growing? Why are those homicides growing, sir? And
no. Stop hitting the TV. Back.
how do we stop it?
Well, it's heartbreaking. And I've seen this up close as a pastor. I've presided over some of these funerals. I've met with young people. And we have to have rules and laws in the society, which I support and I've invested in as a legislator. At the same time, we have to create opportunity. There's no sickness like the loss of hope.
I mean, that was due to happen. It's always set to happen. It's always set to happen that way. You know, anyone who is in power on the opposite side is going to become that talking point. The problem is whether or not they have a legitimate complaint or not. And 90% of the things that conservatives bitch about Joe Biden aren't legitimate. That's where the difference comes in.
When people lose hope, when they doubt that their life can be any longer or that they can dream of something bigger than the street they live on, a lot of things can happen. I grew up in one of those neighborhoods, but I had a nurturing family, and I benefited from good federal public policy, like the Head Start program, like Upward Bound, like Pell Grants and low-interest student loans. And to invest in our children is to invest in our best resource.
Senator Warnock, thank you. We are moving on, gentlemen, to the next question. And this topic is about personal integrity. Buck?
We're going to shift gears a little bit here. Senator Warnock, in 2020, you tweeted this: unemployment benefits have expired, rent is due, and many Georgia families are at risk of eviction. My opponents are supposed to be serving the people in Washington, but they are clearly concerned with their own interests. Well, recent published reports talk about a property that your church owns, Columbia Towers at MLK Village in Atlanta. It's a home for the disadvantaged. At least a dozen lawsuits have been filed by residents evicted for not being able to pay their rent. Some of the outstanding balances are less than $30. As someone who receives more than $7,000 a month for a housing allowance from Ebenezer Baptist Church, how do you explain this to Georgia voters who are struggling currently to make ends meet?
Well, let me say that serving in the United States Senate and continuing to serve my church is the honor of my life. And it gives me a lens through which to do the work that I'm doing. But here's why you know I'm running against a desperate candidate. Anytime a candidate would stoop to the level of trying to sully the name, he and his allies, to sully the name of Martin Luther King Jr.'s church and John Lewis's church, you know that's a desperate candidate. Let me tell you about my church.
Senator Warnock, this is not great. Not a good answer here. Are you gonna address the question here, or are you just gonna? Come here. What are we doing here?
My church is a Matthew 25 church. We spend every week, every day feeding the hungry and the homeless. They know that those false charges that they've created are not true. We stand up for poor people every single day, and I ran for the Senate to do at a policy level what we do at a local level every single day. I'm not going to be distracted by him and his allies. My people know the truth. They know the work we do every single day, and I couldn't be prouder of them. Proud to represent the Senate and proud to serve.
Yeah, that's not a good answer there, bud. That's you offered nothing. This is a legitimate critique, and you kind of shit the bed there.
Serve Ebenezer Baptist Church.
So just to clarify, your position is that the allegations in these lawsuits are not true?
I am saying that it is very obvious that my opponent and his allies are busy trying to sully Ebenezer Baptist Church.
That is just, dude, no, you need to take a position. You can't just say that they're trying to make you look bad or make the church look bad. Is the allegation true or not? It's not about making them look bad. It makes you look bad having done that. Did they do it or not? Were you a part of that decision making? What's the deal here? You can't just sit there and just be like, oh, they're just trying to make that church look bad. No, the church did that on their own by doing this. If it happened. Did it happen? That is such a... Oh my god.
Now you see the problem with the truth.
Switching gears a little bit here.
And that's the problem. Give them ground. You get caught in one lie and one non-answer, they can pounce all over you. Nope, you gotta be honest the entire time. You can even fudge it a little bit and say, we're doing an investigation into what exactly happened there because I was not aware of this decision. Whether that's true or not can be a completely different deal. You look into it. But in the meantime, you're at the very least setting it up to actually addressing the question at hand rather than just dicking around with it and being like, I don't know, they're trying to make us look bad. Once again, the fact the accusation exists and there's some validity to it is enough alone to make the church look bad. If the church did a thing, it made itself look bad. So you have to address this. You can't dick around with it because then it gives him the one chance to call out the one time that you lied in this entire thing when you spent your entire time lying. Because then people could go, both of them are liars. But it's true with a lot of caveats.
Sir, your ex-wife filed a lawsuit asking for increased child support, saying that she had to pay for child care on days that your duties as a senator interfered with your parenting time and citing significant increases in your income. In 30 seconds, what is your response to that lawsuit?
Listen, I went through a divorce, like a lot of people. And while that was a painful period, what came out of that was two amazing children that I just talked to before I came on this stage. And my children know that I am with them and for them, and that I support them in every single way that a father does.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Now to you, Mr. Walker.
That's it? Dude. Are you fucking serious? Your wife is suing you because she says you're being a deadbeat dad because you're making more money and paying the same child support and you're less available. This is not nearly as egregious. Don't get me wrong, because the charge is not egregious. He's paying his child support as is, which is a whole lot more than, Walker has done for his own kids. But it is akin to Walker after his son came out against him, saying that he was a liar and that he ditches his children and that he beats his kids and wife. And coming out with, I love all my children. The same deal. Oh, they know I love them. Okay, but dude, that doesn't address the question. Just say you're gonna pay more in child support, and that just be like, there's negotiations right now, and she is correct. It's something I didn't get to, and I apologize for that. But I'm going to raise how much I need to pay. But the discussion is over. what that number is. Yeah.
Recent ads have...
But I mean, you know, most of them get some form of divorce or abortion or something, so they're all hypocrites anyway, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. One could even say that, hey, that's more progressive to have to be a pastor and be divorced.
Highlighted.
I mean, he's being able to answer the tougher questions. I don't know.
Transparent you've been as far as your resume. In 1 minute, how do you respond to voters who question your integrity, both personally and professionally?
First of all, I've been very transparent, and
You haven't at all. That's the second time you said that and didn't mean it.
I'm not ashamed to admit it, and I say I had a mental problem, and I'll be a champion for mental health because so many people suffer from mental health. But to have people like Senator Warnock to demonize mental health, when I want to tell everyone out there, you can get help. Don't
you have a condition that is affecting your mind. That's not the same thing as mental health. You know, mental health is more addressing the conditions that you went through that wasn't a physical condition that affects you. And usually it's lifelong. Things like ADHD and autism, lifelong thing. Didn't do anything to cause that. But your CTE, like, your CTE actively will cause you to not be in the right, have the right ability to make the right decisions. That's been proven time and time again by the people who have had it. Hampers your ability to make decisions, and you can't simultaneously say, well, then I should be a senator because I'll represent mental health. You're not, dude. You're not. Because if you do represent it, you're going to be representing it negatively.
listen to Senator Warnock and his people. You can get help. All you got to do is ask. All you got to do is ask. But the problem
And have the
is
cash.
you just saw it.
Ask and have the
You
cash.
just saw it because he won't answer that about evicting the people from the church. And I told him I would pay I'll pay their salary. You're evicting them right now.
We have
time.
not evicted. We have not evicted those.
I didn't write the article.
Hey, would you look at that? You're finally addressing the allegations you were asked about. Why did it take you so fucking long?
I didn't write the article. And most other people out there steal my time.
I'm okay with the discussion if we start talking over each other.
We have not evicted the tenants,
Senator.
And he should take that money and pay it back to the veterans that he exploited while pretending to run.
That too. And see, you can tell that he's not desperate, because if he had read in that thing, he would have saw that I had nothing to do with that. But he is so desperate right now, and he really wants that seat. He's now telling you, I didn't evict anyone. It is written in the paper. I didn't do this. Well, Senator, you did. And it's okay to speak the truth. Do not bear false witness, Senator. Do not bear false witness.
This is not good. Because remember, the issue here with conservatives is they don't give a shit if they're hypocrites. They don't give a shit if they're liars. They don't have any shame. So whenever it's a matter that boils down to, you know, the lesser of two evils, who does it worse? What does that logic bring? Who does that logic benefit? The logic benefits the right. It always has benefited the right wing. It helps them win elections. It helps them make the other side depress their vote. Like, this is why I'm advocate for the Democrats not being the lesser of two evils, but instead not being evil. Because giving conservatives an inch, they can take for miles. The key, you have to be damn near perfect running as a Democrat against a conservative in a purple state, especially in one where it's hotly contested, like it is in Georgia right now. You have to be damn near perfect. And I'm sorry, but either you address these things for what they are, or I don't know. Deny it. Deny the allegations properly. Give a legitimate description as to why your denial of those allegations actually fit. You need to be transparent. You need to be the exact opposite of your opponent. You can't have these little things that are like, you know, at the very least, not addressed. Is it true or not? Did it happen or not? That should have been answered within the beginning of that question. The original one.
Walker, to keep this moving, I want to follow up with you. You have been very open on your, Mr. Senator Warnock, we need to move forward here. You have been very open about your struggles with mental illness, and you even wrote a book about your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. We recently asked if you were still receiving treatment, and this is what you had to say.
No, that's all done, and you don't need to, and that's why I tell people. I think one thing I told people is I've been open about it, and I was open about it, 14 years ago.
Mr. Walker.
As someone who has a friend with schizophrenia, you don't just get better from it. That's a lifelong treatment, lifelong illness. You don't just go, oh, I figured it out. No. There's nothing to figure out. You continue to treat it because you're going to have a lifelong struggle with it. You don't just stop and just be like, I'm good now. Especially something like the, dissociative personality disorder. Like, I didn't know he had that. I didn't know that that's what he was talking about with mental health. I thought he was talking about his CTE. But no, you don't just grow out of it. Like, what the fuck?
In 30 seconds, can you clarify this? Are you saying you no longer have dissociative identity disorder, or is this something that you continue to this day to manage?
No, you don't have to have treatment for it. And I encourage people to continue to talk to people. I talk to my pastors. I talk to...
I'm a mental health care advocate, which is why I'm saying I don't need treatment for my my personality disorder. I want to make sure that you can do the same. Get help for a short period of time and just quit when it was convenient. You don't have to have treatment for mental health. No, you don't. But some conditions you do need continued treatment. Some form of treatment. Just talk to your pastor. Yeah.
My pastors, and I continue to get help if I need help. But I don't need any help. I'm doing well. But that's the reason why I tell anyone out there that is suffering from any type of mental illness, you can get help. All you got to do is ask.
And pay. You got to have the money. Yeah, go to your pastor. And you know what your pastor's going to tell you? To pray. I'm going to tell you to pray on it. Pray in one hand and shit in the other. See which one fills up first.
I will always be a champion for mental health.
And just to clarify, how can Georgia voters, though, be assured that this will not impact your ability to lead if elected?
Because I'm ready to lead today. I'm ready to vote with the Georgia voters, whereas Senator Warnock has voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time. I'm ready to vote with the Georgia voters today.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on to our next topic. Tina?
And that topic, gentlemen, is health insurance. Georgia is one of 12 states that have not accepted.
Yeah. But I mean, I also do recognize that there's definitely conditions that don't specifically need, and it depends on what, it depends on the definition of mental health treatment too. Like, my brother's only like pursuing some light therapy for his. He's not taking any medications. So that's what I thought you were getting at. But yeah, if you have DSD, you should be getting continuous treatment, especially when you can afford it. And he can't. Unintentionally vague. My apologies. No problem. No problem. That's fair. I took no issue with it. I did worry a little that you construed it like that, but I was, as the time went on, I was like, yeah, I get what they mean. But like, there's no point in getting into that sort of nuance because you know he's not getting in the fucking nuance. The dude said, go to your pastor. He said, if you need mental health help, just go. All you got to do is ask. If only it were that fucking easy. If only there weren't a giant financial barrier between people getting their mental health care and not.
Federal funding to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. Mr. Walker, with more than 1.5 million Georgians uninsured, in 1 minute, is it time for the federal government to step in to ensure all Georgians have access to health care?
Oh, this should be fun.
Well, right now, people have coverage for health care. It's according to what type of coverage do you want.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's literally not true. What? Oh, I know what he's gonna say. I know what he's gonna say. You can go to the emergency room. Jesus, take the wheel, my brother in Christ. Jesus doesn't even have a driver's permit. Yeah.
Have a able-bodied job, you're going to have health care. But everyone else have health care is the type of health care you're going to get. And I think that is the problem. And what Senator Warnock wants you to do is depend on the government.
Yes. Instead of depending on private corporations and doing it for profit and therefore trying to find several ways to justify improving their bottom line by making sure you get less and less coverage, and more of the burden is put on you to pay for it. Yeah. That sounds terrible. I want government health care. I don't care if it's the government. Give it to me. Absolutely.
What I want you to do is get off the government health care and get on the health care he's got to get.
No way he said that.
It depends on the government. What I want you to do is get off the government health care and get on the health care he's got to get.
You want us to get off the government, and you want us to have the same health care that the senator has. Which is government. Accidentally based in the dumbest way possible. I want you to have the healthcare he has. Okay. Yes, I agree. I would like to have that's Medicare for all, bud. That's Medicare for all. He doesn't gotta pay for healthcare. We do. That's the ideal. Is us not having to pay for our health care, because we shouldn't have to, because it should be a human right. Yes. I want us to be on the health care he's on. Absolutely agree.
better health care.
His health care is the government health care.
Rather than dependent.
Wait, what?
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
No, how about
Senator
what
Warnock,
are you talking about?
1 minute. You've vowed to close the Medicaid gap by expanding access coverage in the Affordable Care Act marketplace. So this comes with a $50 billion price tag, the national debt already at an all-time.
This would be a great moment to come out for Medicare for All and be like, you know, I agree with my opponent that I believe that every American should have the same health care that I have. That health care would be Medicare for All. I don't pay anything, and I'll have it for the rest of my life being a senator. I won't have to pay anything for health care. But Mr. Walker, even though he made that casual, you know, as he's known to constantly do, mental slip, he doesn't want you to be able to get my health care. He wants you to have access to it, and that access is based on how much money is in your bank account. It would be a great time to do that. I don't think he's going to. Literally falls under the life part of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It's also covered under liberty and pursuit of happiness. You ever see a happy sick person?
Hi. Where is this money coming from? You have 60 seconds, sir.
Oh, you did say that, Joe.
This is not a theoretical issue for me. When I think about healthcare, I think about Lori Davis, a trauma nurse in Covington, Georgia, who spent her career taking care of people. And then she got sick and she had to give up that job, and then she got sicker and sicker. She found herself without health care. She was one of the 600,000 Georgians in the Medicaid gap. She died for lack of health care. And so I ran saying that I would fight to expand Medicaid. Georgia needs to expand Medicaid. It costs us more not to expand. What we're doing right now is we're subsidizing health care in other states. Meanwhile, we've seen 10 hospitals in this state close, 10. And the Atlanta Medical Center right down the street from my church, where I visit my members, has announced that it's going to close. And so Georgia needs a senator who believes, like I do, that health care is a human right. And I will continue to fight until the working class people, by the way, the folks who don't have health care, they work every single day. The folks who are in the gap,
I believe in
the folks, let me finish. The folks who are in the gap, the folks who are in the gap are the working poor.
We are moving on, Senator Warnock.
That was probably Warnock's best answer, to be honest with you.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, I got to agree with Sam there. Great answer. I would have liked him to hammer more on what Walker said, and again push the whole point that he said he wanted Americans to have the health care that Warnock wants, or Warnock has. And I'd be like, on that I agree. They should have my health care. My health care is provided by the government. On that, I don't agree. We can help people, and this is something that cannot be governed by the open market. Healthcare is a human right. That's how I would have answered it. But, you know, who the fuck am I? My thumbs and brain aren't working together. Oh, no. I have a partner that is sick as shit and still has to go to work, only to just keep getting worse as the days go by, and their insurance is too high to use. I know how that is.
In just a few weeks, WellStar will close its doors. This is Atlanta Medical Center, which primarily serves patients in lower income and minority communities. Hospitals nationwide are dealing with nursing shortages, doctor shortages in the wake of the pandemic. Mr. Walker.
Hey, Warnock of the past. This would be a great way to tie that into what you said earlier about making college more affordable. To say, yes, not only do I want to do this to save hospitals and save healthcare of every individual American, but making college affordable would allow for more people to become nurses and doctors to replace the shortage left over from the pandemic. Will he do it? Probably not. Probably not.
What measures can Congress enact to ensure everyone has access to hospitals and doctors? You have 30 seconds, sir.
No, first of all, Senator Warnock was correct that he believed in working with people, but he didn't do it because Governor Kemp has a plan that would have been a very good plan.
You mean Medicaid?
But he stood back while Biden destroyed the plan. and he's talking about he believes in the extension of it. He stood back. Well, what the people can be assured of is I'm willing to meet with hospital administrators, meet with people rather than writing a letter, because Senator Warnock waited till they made the decision and wrote a letter. And I said, they don't need
What is this answer? What is this answer? Yeah, Medicaid is great. Medicaid is great. See, that's the thing that I always point out is like Medicare for all is only used because Medicare is the more popular program. Medicaid is tied to the idea that poor people exist and can get it, and that polls less. So the reason why Bernie calls it Medicare for all, even though it would be more akin to Medicaid for all, is because Medicare polls better. It's kind of one of these weird things that sucks and shows the outward classism in our country. I can never remember which is for poor folks, which is for old folks. Medicare is for older people. Medicaid is for poorer people. Although you can draw Medicare as a younger person. Isn't that fun? Doesn't that sound like such a simple system? Oh, I could say so much shit about how private insurance has ruined the concept of Medicare. Oh my god.
pin payoff. They need solutions.
We are moving on now, Senator Warnock. That same.
He actually did. He actually did. But okay.
Question to you, sir. What measures can Congress enact to ensure everyone has access to hospitals and doctors? You have 30 seconds.
Well, clearly he doesn't have a solution.
Well, I said I would meet with administrators. That's a solution.
That's not. Meeting with administrators does jack shit. Hey, I think you need to lower your prices. And they go, no. Oh, okay. Meet with it's like Hillary meeting with the bankers and being like, stop it. Stop doing all this fraud. You're playing to the goodwill of people who are guided by profit, not goodwill.
Is to meet. My solution is to pass legislation, which I've done. I got $4 billion in the American Rescue Plan to help the non-expansion states to do what they should have done to expand. They left that money on the table. Georgia left 600,000 Georgians in the Medicaid gap. And so I'm going to keep standing up because people are literally dying for lack of health care. Dr. King said that of all the injustices, inequality in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane. I agree with.
Lukewarm. That was a lukewarm answer. Yes, Medicaid expansion should happen in these states. At the same time, you will not be a state senator. You will be a senator representing that state in the federal government. So you won't have a choice there. Unless you pass something that is universal, federal. That affects Georgia because everyone else has to do it. Yeah. But it's, unfortunately, among the top brass, Medicare for All is still seen as a wedge issue. Not popular, not doable.
Dr. King.
Thank you, Senator
I think that segment on
Warnock.
healthcare was probably the best for Warnock because it just showed a disparity between policy and no policy. But these short questions or short response times are definitely helping Walker.
If nuclear weapons are used.
Yes, Sam's seeing what I'm seeing. Shorter answers. And they can be shorter. You can be more blunt and shorter. People remember short answers. You know, instead of faffing around about, well, I met with this person. And, well, I believe... like, no, this is what I'll do. This is... you can add the what I believe after the what I do. Make sure it's concise. Otherwise, people tune you out. Stop dicking around.
How should the United States respond? You have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that we are standing up to Putin's aggression. And we have to continue to stand up, which is why I stood up to the Biden administration when it suggested that we should close the Savannah Combat Readiness Training Center. I told the president that was the exact wrong thing to do at the exact wrong time. And I'm glad that I was able to stand up with Congressman Buddy Carter and others. And we kept that training center open. I've seen up close what those service members do. They are the tip of the spear. And we have to make sure that our service members know that we have their back. We have to strengthen our allies and the NATO alliance as we've done.
I hate this answer, but it's something that'll play well in Georgia.
And make sure we stand up to Russian aggression. Nothing could be more important.
Mr. Walker, the same question to you. If nuclear weapons are used, how should the U.S. respond? You have 60
Well, first of all, he talked about standing up. You didn't stand up to Chuck Schumer when you could have got a helicopter company here of almost $1 billion. You let it go to New York. You didn't stand up then. You didn't stand up to Biden when he left American people and had 13 military soldiers killed in Afghanistan. You didn't stand up then. So what we can do is Putin is.
What? First of all, the helicopter thing sounds like something that would be handled at the state level, not the federal level. And next, the Afghanistan thing is he had an extra talking point that they use, so he pulled that out of his ass. Oh yeah, I forgot to use this talking point. I was told to do this at some point. Bring up Afghanistan. Not, recognize that, yes, we needed to leave and there was no actual good way to leave Afghanistan because the war in Afghanistan had been fucked for a long time. Yeah, seriously, him realizing he didn't say that.
Bully. And the way you beat a bully shows strength. Well, Senator Warnock said he stood up. He not stood up to Biden. If he was standing up, he wouldn't have voted with him 96% of the time, which gave us
Once again, 4% in a 50-50 Senate as a senator is a huge amount because it's literally the difference between something passing and something not passing. So that 4% means a lot.
For open border, which gave us high inflation, which gave us crime in the streets. And he talking about standing up. He didn't stand up.
Yeah, Joe.
He had laid down every time he came around. And you know that, Senator. It is evident that
every time, except for that 4%.
He has a point that he tries to make time and time again. I've stood up to the Biden administration so they could keep open this combat training readiness center, stood with our congressional delegation to do that. I've worked across the aisle time and time to get good things done for the people of Georgia. I worked with a senator from Texas to bail out I-14. I worked with a Republican senator from Alabama to help Georgia farmers get their products to market. I will work with anyone and stand up against anybody I need to stand up against to get good things done for Georgia. I work for the people of Georgia.
We need to move forward to our next topic, gentlemen. Our time is running short. Both of you have strong backing from your respective parties. Senator Warnock, a simple yes or no here. You will have a chance to explain, but I'd like a simple yes or no. Would you support President Biden running for a second term in 2024?
I've not spent a minute thinking about what politicians should run for what in 2024.
Is that a yes or no?
The answer is I have not. And maybe this is difficult. Maybe this is difficult for people to understand because that's how politicians think. I think that part of the problem with our politics right now is that it's become too much about the politicians. You're asking me who's going to run in 24? The people of Georgia get to decide who's going to be their senator in 3 days, Monday. And I hope they'll show up and vote.
This is a good answer. This is a legit good answer. Tell me I'm wrong. Is it the answer I want to give? No. Is it honest? Very debatable. Very debatable. But he's like, why am I worried about 2024 when we're in 2022? We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I'd be honored to represent them in the Senate.
You haven't thought about it. If you can think about it now, in 2024, the president will turn 82 years old. Are you concerned about his physical and his mental fitness at that time? You have 30 seconds.
The people of Georgia hired me to represent them regardless of who's in the White House. I'm honored to do that job every single day. My dad said if somebody hires you to do a job, do the job they hired you to do. They didn't hire me to be a pundit. And
good
I'm
answer.
Working every single day for
this is a good
families
answer.
in Georgia, for our women, for our workers, and for kids like me growing up in places like Caton Homes.
Mr. Walker, former President Trump is also considering a run for the White House in 2024. If you can give me a simple yes or no answer, and we'll give you time to explain as well. Would you support a Trump 2024 run?
Yes, I would. And let me tell you, the president.
It's kind of undoes all the shit that he said prior about, the stuff that runs contrary to the stuff that Trump runs on. The election not being stolen and shit like that. Oops.
Trump is my friend. Has nothing to do with that. He's my friend. I won't leave my allies, which is what Senator Warnock and Joe Biden did in Afghanistan. They left their allies.
You're going back to that. No thoughts, just CTE. Yep.
They left their allies, and right now on a foreign stage, a lot of these people don't trust us no more. They don't trust us to be strong anymore. So they're waiting to see who's going to stand up, who's going to trust.
Trump made the deal to get the troops out of Afghanistan. I mean, they
stand up with Biden when yet he's voted with 96% of the time.
That's a great point too.
Let's be real.
Mr. Walker, are you concerned about the ongoing legal investigations around the country, and including here in Georgia?
Did you hear the people laughing in the background? That was such a terrible answer. God, I don't understand why this election is so close.
Georgia, you have 30 seconds.
Well, first of all, I would hope that Senator Warnock, he and myself being people of color, would want the scales of justice to not have a hand on it. We want the Lady Justice to be blind, but in this instance here, Lady Justice is not blind. And I said right now, with everything that is going on, what I like to do is get to what's important. What's important is protecting the border. What's important is protecting people on the street. What's important is getting this inflation down. Not what's going on there in Washington, talking about whether President Trump is guilty or not guilty. What I wanted to do is see due process, which is what I hope Senator Warnock and myself would love to see.
But you simultaneously can't say that you believe in accountability and then just not for him. Because we've moved on. What?
Changing topics now, we're going to move forward just to give you guys both an update that you may want to know, although the news is not great if you're a Braves fan. Right now, they're in the top of the ninth inning, Game 3, National League Division Series, down 9-1 to the Phillies. Not a great night for the Braves. Just a few weeks ago, the World Series champs, though, they did visit the White House. Their visit sparked a renewed debate about the team's name and their signature tomahawk chop. Mr. Walker, do you believe the Braves should rethink their name, their logo, or their signature cheer? You have 30 seconds.
Not at all. You know, right now, we have too many other things to be concerned about.
Oh, okay. All right. So you want to lambaste him for not giving an answer about whether or not Joe Biden should run in 2024. No. But then you're like, oh, we have other things to be concerned about when it comes to whether or not the racist team with the racist name and the racist well, I don't know what you call it, should change their racist ways. All of a sudden, no, I don't care.
We have people dying on the streets in Atlanta, around the country. We have people living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford food to put on their table, can't afford gas. We have Putin out there. We have China out there.
And you're going to do nothing about any of that.
We can't be concerned about whether the Braves are going to change their name. We need to be concerned about saving this country. We need to be concerned about saving the Georgia people. We need to be concerned about giving people a right to live the liberties and freedom that the Constitution of the United States guarantees them to have.
Senator Warnock, the same question to you. In regards to the Braves, do you think they should rethink their name, their logo, or their signature cheer?
Well, first of all, I'm praying for the Braves right about now. They've got a ways to go here. Listen, the management of the Braves is meeting with our tribes, and they're having a conversation about this. And I know the folks over at the Braves organization, and I trust that they and the tribes that they're talking to will come to a place that makes sense for all involved.
Senator Warnock, we're going to go ahead and continue.
That's a better answer.
A few more questions in tonight. Senator Warnock, some of your Senate colleagues have called for expanding the number of seats on the Supreme Court. In 15 seconds, quickly, sir, would you support this?
What I support.
Expanding the seats on the Supreme Court.
I think that my job as a senator is to protect the rights of ordinary citizens. And for the first time, perhaps in my lifetime, we've seen those rights contract rather than expand, whether we're talking about the reproductive rights of women or voting rights. And I'm going to do everything I can to protect the rights of the citizens of Georgia.
I would have liked him to actually answer that. He didn't. He dodged it. You know, you're going to do everything you can. Therefore, does that include expanding the court?
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Mr. Walker, would you support expanding the number of seats on the Supreme Court? In 15 seconds, sir.
Yeah.
He would say nope.
Yes, when you get in Washington, you have to become a leader. Being a leader, you have to make tough decisions. And you see on that answer there, he really didn't give you an answer. So my answer is no. I wouldn't know.
Yes, because that would be not beneficial to the cause that you're running for.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now we have reached the point for final moments of this debate. A chance for your closing remarks. You have 60 seconds.
Each have 60 seconds to answer, and Senator Warnock, you have the floor first.
Well, thank you so very much, Georgia. It's wonderful to be here. Listen, in this state, we have nearly 11 million people, and only 2 people get to represent us in the United States Senate, just 2. And when I think about that, it is an awesome responsibility, one that humbles me.
When I think about that, it sounds kind of anti-democratic.
And inspires me to work as hard as I can for hardworking families every single day. And I work with Democrats and Republicans in order to do that work. These are difficult times. These are dark times. But the scripture says that the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcometh it not. I'm honored to represent you in the Senate. I hope that you'll show up
to vote early beginning Monday. I'd be honored to have your vote. God bless you. Keep your faith.
Mr. Walker, your turn for closing statements, and you have 60 seconds as well.
I can't
For
believe
those of you
that's
who are
Monday.
concerned about
I can't believe that election is Monday. That's scary.
Voted for me, a non-politician. I want you to think about the damage politicians like Joe Biden and Raphael Warnock had done to this country. I want you to think about Raphael Warnock, what he said today. And I said he was going to try to give you some smooth talk and tell you what's happening.
That's literally what you did the entire time, was all try to do smooth talk, but you failed because you're not very good at the whole talking thing.
What's happening is this country's hurting. What's happening is we need leaders. So what I want to say to you, Senator Warnock, is I want to thank you. I want to thank you for this. But at the same time, I want to say Georgia needs leaders. They need leaders that's going to stand up for them. So let's think about, if we give Senator Warnock 6 more years, think what this country will become. I'm not sure we can make up for that.
Gentlemen,
so
thank you.
I like how he classifies it as 6 more years when he's only been a senator. Like, how long is it? He had to defend his seat last time? Or no. He wasn't an incumbent. He's now an incumbent. He's only been in office for 2 years. What do you mean another 6?
Herschel Walker.
Thank you both, gentlemen. That's going to conclude our debate for this evening. Before we leave tonight, though, we want to remind voters.
Well, there's that. Oh, shit. Who did it? I'm on the wrong chat on my phone. Reality, thank you for gifted 5 subs. Amanda, good people. Broken Design, Miraculous, Mystery Yams, and Austral Alien. New people. Bring it in. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate you. Well, and that is going to finish us for today, because I have to get going. I have a bunch of homework and all the shit to do, and hopefully at some point maybe spend time with my family. It's midterms week / finals week for one of my classes. Yay! I love it. He won the seat when someone retired. Yeah. So now he has to defend it on the election schedule. But like, I still just love how he kept saying another 6 years. He ain't had 6 years. Was my point. He hasn't had it. Alright, we're gonna find somebody to raid. Let me clear up a couple of these things that we already covered. I don't know. I think he did an okay job. Warnock did a okay job. You know, even holding him to my standards, I think he did. Like, obviously he's not going to hold up to what I believe, you know, but there were those parts in the middle that weren't great, especially regarding those allegations. I would have liked him to go harder against Walker, constantly remind them that his own son has come out against him, and be like, your own son doesn't even want to see you become a senator. Like, why not? Why not? He's blaming you for Afghanistan. Why not? Do it. But yeah, I would like to see him address those allegations. That would have been good. Yeah, and he should have. He's still playing the usual Democrat game of trying to like make friendly with the right. But I'm sorry, you're not making friendly with somebody. You're running against somebody. Act like it. So, I don't know. That part's frustrating. But he had some really solid answers. He's had some strong parts. So, you know, not bad. I've seen people say that Walker won that. I don't think so. But the problem is that it's close. I don't think Warnock did himself enough favors. Let me put it that way. How is this going to affect the election? I don't know. All we can do is hope. That's all we can do. And hope that they who said he won. Mostly Republicans, but there were also like some people on the left who were just like, yeah, he didn't go hard enough. There was a lot of I wish he would have, and not enough of, well, he did a good job. So that's where I kind of am like, that's a problem. That's a problem. All right, we're gonna be rating Freems. Any last minute gift subs to fill out the rest of the sub goal? Just need 4 more. Some subs fell off earlier. Oh man, stretch it out, stretch it. Oh, there we go. Haven't seen Freems in a hot minute. Yeah, he's doing a work stream right now, so give it a little bit of time. Don't you tell me to drink more water. I'll drink it in a minute. All right. So we're going to go ahead and send you guys over there. Thank you for a wonderful stream. It was nice to be able to relax and do that. Especially, like, that was easier to deal with Eli being nuts. I'll drink it in a minute. Like, Eli was having troubles. So I appreciate you guys putting up with that. It's not what I usually do, but I had fun doing it. It was way more relaxed and easier to deal with. And we'll see you guys. I think everything's good for tomorrow morning to see you guys. So we'll see you then. I'm going to try to get him a babysitter so that I can be free to stream. Because Glam will have her day program. But you guys have a wonderful day. Enjoy Freems, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Amazing. That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. 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 That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing.